to shave today.
Check 1 2 1 2. Check 1 2 1 2. All right, councilors, welcome to the first council meeting of 2021, Tuesday, January the 19th. It's just after 2, and we're going to do this via Zoom along with the help of WeStream. So bear with us as we work through this and we navigate our way. A couple things I'm going to suggest, just a couple of housekeeping notes before we do get started. You'll notice on the right side of your screen, there's an area called participants. And today, when you want to get my attention, you just need to put your hand up, but make sure it's in the purview of the camera. And Bill will be here. He's in the room with me, and Sean Oatley is here as well on IT. So everybody's all over the place trying to make sure this goes smooth. But in the beginning, do this, but I'd also encourage you to start using the participants banner, where there's really 3 things that you need to do. It's quite simple. If you want to speak, you click on the little hand. The little hand will go up, and when you want it to remove, click it a second time, and the hand will disappear. And they'll go in order of who clicked the hands. And it's the way I'd like to see us eventually go to. That's how we do it at the region, as well as other. The second thing is, if we want to vote, of course, show of hands, you can do that. The other way that would be nice eventually, it's a lot harder at the region with 32 people voting, is you click on the hands. A check is for yes, and X is for no. So that's something you can look at, you can play with, but for now, I'll mostly be looking to do it the old-fashioned way with a show of hands. If I miss something, wave. Between Bill and Sean and myself, we'll figure it out and we'll catch you. So are there any questions at this point before we actually get started? Okay, seeing none. Oh, yes, Councillor Campbell.
Do we have to stand to speak?
No, but I will ask that you stand when we do the national anthem, but be careful because your earbuds are probably going to pop out, and maybe you'll stand up for that part. But otherwise, we're good. And then there will be a point. I don't see Councillor Pietrangelo on the line yet. He will be doing the financial part of the meeting. Hopefully, if technically everything goes as planned. But best laid plans. We'll see how it plays out. Okay, so seeing no further questions at this point, thank you to staff. They've been working so hard to make this happen today, and hopefully it's going to go smooth. I'm sure it will, and we'll roll with it regardless. And Vince, I know you're inside of my office. By all means, whatever's in there is yours. So you help yourself.
Thank you.
Not that he needed me to say that, but either way, it's just good. Makes it official, puts it on the record. So first order, so Mr. Clerk, whenever you're ready to start the meeting.
Bill's muted.
You're muted, Bill. Bill, you're muted.
We will have the Playing Over Canada commencing in just one moment.
Okay, and I will first read, I'm going to read the bio on our singer for tonight. I'm getting an echo right now for some reason. Okay, we're good now. We got that fixed. I'll read this and then I'll ask you to stand. We'll be playing on the screen, O Canada, and then we'll move into the adoption of the minutes. And just a reminder, when you're not speaking, please mute out turn your microphone off. Bottom left corner, you should see that. And this will just avoid feedback. It'll avoid unnecessary noise. It should be in your bottom left corner of your screen. If you're using an iPad, just touch on the screen and it'll show up. And you put the little red line through the microphone, and to unmute it, you just tap it again. And if you're on an iPad, or I'm sorry, a laptop, same thing, just touch your cursor. So right now I've got Ed Lustig is not muted out, and Wayne Thompson. You guys are not muted, just so you're aware.
I'm muted.
You're not muted because I can hear you. So just got to go to the left. Is he using an iPad? Okay.
Yeah, I got a pen. Yeah.
Okay, so Wayne, if you just touch on your little cursor thing.
I can't hear you.
Because I just muted myself. So if you click on your cursor, the bottom left corner will show up a little microphone. And you just got to Okay, councilors, welcome back to the City Council meeting, first council meeting of 2021. It's Tuesday, January the 19th, and we're going to start off as we usually do with the singing of O Canada. And I'll first read the bio for our recorded performance. Sky Halley will be singing O Canada tonight. Sky is a grade 11 student at Ann Meyer Secondary School. She's very involved in the arts, both at school and in the community. She loves to sing. In grade 9, Sky played a Bad News Bear in the school musical Avenue Q. Her passion is the performing arts and her dream is to be an artist for Disney. Thank you to Sky for her performance of O Canada at today's council meeting. So councilors, I would ask if you would please just stand and watch for your earbuds as you do that. Thank you.
O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, a true north, strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. That was one of the nicest renditions of O Canada. Sky Halley, well done. Thank you so much. You did an amazing job. You have an incredible voice, and I know you've got a very, very bright future ahead of you. That was excellent. Thank you so much. Wow. Nice way to start the meeting off. Okay, councilors, we are now looking for a motion to adopt the minutes from the December 8th, 2020 meeting. Moved by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Carrio. All those in favor? And show of hands, please. Okay, and that is unanimous. Thank you for that. You got that, Mr. Clerk? We're good? All right, so far, so good. Now looking for disclosures of a pecuniary interest. Okay, Councillor Lococo, then Carrio.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Check 442576 payable to myself, November 25th, 2020 for $122.12. Reimbursement for expenses. Check number 00317-0047 payable to Niagara Falls Art Gallery on November 30th, 2020 for $4,833.35. $0.04. I sit on the board as a resident, and conflict of interest under 9.10 census of population. That's my employer.
Okay, thank you for that, Counselor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Kerrio.
Thank you, Your Worship. Item 6.2, hotel addition. I have a property very close to that. MW 2021 on the FedDev. I'm going to declare a conflict on that one. And 9.6 Victoria Center BIA contribution to the convention center. I'm going to declare a conflict on that one.
Alrighty, thank you for that. Counselor Campbell.
Yes, I have a check made out to myself, number 442831, for expenses.
Thank you for that. Do we have any other disclosures? Now, I know Counselor Peter Angelo is going to be joining us, but he's not on yet, so we'll have to remind him to check if he's got one as well. And I as well have a check made out to myself, check number 442532, and I will hand this to the clerk. Now, Mr. Clerk, how does it work right now for, obviously they're not all here to fill out their piece of paper for the procedural notice. How would we go about this?
For anyone who hasn't already emailed their conflicts to me, feel free to just send by email. If you are in the building and want to fill out one of your procedural notices for your conflicts, feel free to do that as well. So either is fine.
Okay, that's great. Thank you for that. So there are no other conflicts at this point. All right, so we'll move along to everyone's favorite part of the meeting. Of course, this is the mayor's reports. There goes Councillor Kerrio. He's going to the bathroom. That's what he usually does. And I do have to apologize. They're a little bit longer than usual because there hasn't been a meeting in several weeks and the holidays. So there are a few things that I do have to read through. So please be patient with me. Obituaries, there's quite a few. We've got a whole page of them. First, Teresa Chimienti, sister-in-law of Selene Tudini in our building department, passed away. Jason Fife, brother of Brandon Fife, and our fire services department. Dan Adam, brother of John Adam in our transportations department. John Park, stepfather of Greg Lazarenko in our transportation department. Royal Shantz, father-in-law of Christine Shantz in our legal department. Larry Jameson, father of Scott Jameson in our municipal works department. Brigitte Prentice, mother of Marlene Ness in our municipal works department. Lou Lisi, retired platform chief from our fire department. Marie Maslin, mother of Ron Maslin in fire services. Dennis Grantham, a longtime member of both Niagara Falls Canada Day and Santa Claus planning teams. And Glenda Tennyson, an instrumental member of the city's Disability Advisory Committee. Glenda encouraged then Mayor Thompson to establish the committee back in 1997. So our condolences go out to all the families who have suffered a loss during this time. So there's a province-wide state of emergency, as we're all aware. The province has declared a state of emergency, yet there's still a lot of work to do. We need to obey the orders. We need to do our best to stay home. You know, resistance is strongest right before the finish line. I did a video to this effect that we put out on all social media. The good news is the vaccines are here in Niagara. They're being distributed. You know, originally they said it would take years for a vaccine. Well, it took months. And a lot of things that they were concerned about, the human nature has overcome and the human spirit has been victorious in that we've got the vaccines. Of course, it cannot happen fast enough. With this round, healthcare officials expect to continue vaccinating the frontline healthcare workers and residents of long-term care and retirement homes. According to Niagara's acting chief medical officer of health, 80% of all deaths in Niagara have occurred in long-term care and retirement homes. So this first segment of vaccines will go a long way to keeping the population safe. Throughout the lockdown, essential municipal services will continue, including the fire department, bylaw, municipal works, snow removal, and all the other essential services that the city needs to do. If you need any updates, we encourage everyone to go to the city's website, niagarafalls.ca, and in our FAQ section, frequently asked questions, we work very hard to update that so all the information is relevant. On behalf of City Council, I want to thank our emergency operations group They're a dedicated group of staff who have made many sacrifices. They've come up with innovative solutions and ways to deliver services in the most challenging of times. We know it's been difficult and sometimes hard decisions have had to be made. I'm grateful to all the staff and all the leadership throughout this period of time. Specifically, I want to thank our fire chief, Chief Boudelier, who's done an outstanding job, who also sits on the CEMC at the province, works directly with the region, works directly with the province, and of course, our CIO, Ken Todd, for keeping council abreast of all the necessary information that we need to know. This has been the worst health crisis in more than 100 years. We've kept the best interests and the well-being of our residents and our community at the forefront, and I think we've shown what can be done with innovation and commitment. We're proud of all of our staff, of all of our residents, everybody doing what you need to do so that we can get through this and be successful. So thank you to all of you. Also like to offer a tribute to Kenny Hill. Kenny Hill was legendary both on and off Six Nations. He died suddenly yesterday. He's the co-founder of Grand River Enterprises and one of many internationally successful businesses. He's an advocate for Indigenous rights, and the falls will be illuminated blue and green in his memory to recognize his many contributions. So look for social media for updates on when you can expect to see that happen. Matter of fact, we might have the information during this council meeting. So again, thank you to all that are helping at the Parks Commission and of course the Illumination Tower to give this show of respect to Kenny Hill. Flags are at half-staff. We're joining many other cities around the province to recognize the many lives that have been lost across our communities due to COVID-19. The flags of City Hall are at half-staff as a symbol of our sympathy and remembrance of those and in support of the families who have been having to suffer through the pandemic. Of course, we're all aware now that the YMCA closure in Niagara Falls has become public. We're all saddened after learning that they would not be renewing their contract at the McBain Center into 2021. Despite the best efforts of our staff, YMCA management, and council, the WISE mandate and the ways of serving communities is changing. They've been great community partners over the years, and they will continue to offer many services, though not in the same way. Large YMCA community center models are now changing throughout the region and throughout the province. So these types of big models in communities are a way of the past, and you're going to see a different way of how the Y presents themselves in communities going forward, adapting to the times. There's already been an overwhelming positive response from groups and organizations that want to continue the use of the McBain Center. So the city will be receiving expressions of interest this coming month. All expressions of interest should be directed to Kathy Moldenhauer, our Director of Recreation and Culture. The goal is to use this facility to its fullest, and we'll be reviewing all submissions and having these important conversations. We look forward to many new programming ideas and continued access for our residents to this leading wellness and community facility. Thank you to the dozens of organizations who've already been in touch with a great deal of interest. Once we do receive these, we will be bringing everything to council for their consideration. Also, I should note the library at the McBain Center will remain open, not physically open, but it will not be closing when the YMCA closes, as will city services remain at the McBain Center. Just what's going to happen in the YMCA side will look differently. Even though all library locations are currently operating curbside, we'll be doing the same with the McBain Center library location. There will be contactless and online library services that'll still be offered. I'd like to acknowledge our fire department. Our firefighters had a photography award recently, and I'm going to ask if we can put it on the screen. Well, there we go. Thank you for that, Heather. This picture was entered in an International Association of Firefighters contest in a category. The photo was taken by one of our union members not affiliated with the news outlet. More than 150 photographs submitted in this category. This picture won second place. Congratulations to firefighter Chris Howe, who took the photograph, and Chris Martin, who's in the Niagara Falls Fire Department in the picture. The photograph will be on the IAFF website as background for 2021, and it will be published in their magazine. Thank you for sharing a snapshot from our service with communities across Canada. So we've got some good news in our community. Number one, we've had a bunch of grocery giveaways. and I'm sure everybody is well aware. We've had several of them take place right here in Niagara Falls, 4 in fact. And this is an anonymous donor who does not want the spotlight. And really proud of these types of people that do what they do, you know, and just to put it in perspective for those of you that were not able to be there or see who's being served, at one of them, we had our other service partners, Project Share and our community outreach there. And they said, these are not our clients. And we asked them, well, who are they? They said, we don't know. And it turns out these are some of the people that have been impacted by COVID. These are people that work in our community. They're our neighbors. They're people that you wouldn't expect to be there. And some of them have come forward and said, and asked, do you know when I'm going to be able to get back to work? And they said, although we're grateful for the money from the federal government, CERB has not been enough. $2,000 is very difficult to raise a family on per month. So we want to say thank you for these types of things and for all the volunteers that help to give out the food and to place it in the trunks and the back seats of people that desperately need this food. Friday, December the 18th, we shifted to a drive-through format at the McBain Center that was very successful. Just this past Wednesday, January the 13th, we had another drive-through event at the Gale Center. Each grocery giveaway serves more than 500 people safely and efficiently. Thank you to Councillor Campbell for his efforts to rally volunteers and support the community in this big effort. So thank you, Councillor Campbell. In total, Niagara Falls has hosted 4 grocery giveaways during the pandemic. That makes more than 2,000 people served in Niagara Falls. And many thanks to our anonymous donor who continues to spread generosity throughout the Niagara region. 4 in Niagara Falls, but he also does them throughout the region. Thank you very much. And I think it's a real testament to the kind of people that live here right in Niagara. Second thing, we had a $100,000 Christmas toy giveaway. More good news. It was a large donation of toys and it was received in Niagara Falls just before the holidays. This was donated by local business partners Derek Thompson and Chris Gleiss, the co-owners of Factor Forms and Labels in our business park. Derek Thompson and Chris Gleiss, thank you very much for your generosity, and your partners Dave McKinnon and Dean Fox of the Pizzeria that opened up recently on Dunn Street. More than $100,000 in toys was distributed to local agencies, including Boys and Girls Club, Box Run Charity for Dalton's Wish. That's Ronald McDonald House this year. And thank you to Councillor Strange for your involvement in that drive as well. And thank you for being there that day as well. And to Project Share and the Salvation Army. Toys were collected and distributed by these charities in time for the holidays. And it served to what might have been a difficult holiday for many families and made it just a little bit brighter. Community events and recognition. Well, we had the Heritage Awards and we did it from a distance. And I'd like to congratulate this year's winners. Mr. David Tetreault for conservation of an existing heritage building at 5982 Culp Street. What a beautiful house and what a beautiful way of preserving the heritage. To Carolyn and Gary Burke for their landscaping of their heritage property at 4851 River Road. Another beautiful house. Every one of you have driven by it several times, but until you stop and have a look and see it, and you see the old carriage house and the wraparound porch, and you realize, wow, what a testament to architecture. And to Barbara and Warren Shea for their continued conservation of a heritage building at 4634 Ellis Street. The Sparkle Awards. Families had the opportunity to follow the map, which was on the city's website, to all of the homes that were decorated in lights for the holidays who entered. There were almost 70 entrants in total. There were awards presented for the favorite entries, and congratulations to Jeremy Hatch of Margaret Street, the People's Choice Award for Residential, to Julian Gordon Zorich, that was the judge's favorite for residential on Woodsview Crescent, and to Fred Gerardo, multi-residential commercial on Dorchester Road, who's the judge's favorite and the People's Choice. And of course, I'd like to thank Councillor Dabrowski for his leadership and guidance and his marketing expertise, along with our recreation and cultural staff for a successful event. So Councillor Dabrowski, thank you for being involved. I know you're hot on the heels of your Spooky Awards from Halloween, and we tapped you again for these Sparkle Awards. So thank you. In times like this, efforts to bring a smile or brightens people's season has been well received, and we're very much appreciative. And, you know, I have to tell you, people have been starving for things to do that could be done safely during the pandemic. And what a nice thing you can do in the safety of your car. You can grab some Timbits, maybe a hot chocolate, and drive around and view some of the houses. And wow, what an uplifting thing. And the fact that we had a white Christmas this year really added to it. And I can tell you, we did it. I went with my family and we checked out a bunch of them, and they're beautiful. And this year we noticed more than any year past, there were way more houses that were decorated. And it was hard to find lights this year because everybody was participating. So what a neat way, you know, to deal with the challenges that we've had this year and the way our community comes together. I'm really proud to be a part of Niagara Falls and this great Niagara community. So we're done those parts of the announcements. You can all wake up and pay attention now. First order of business. Councillor Carrier just came to life. That's great. So now we move on to item 5 on our agenda, presentations. So what we have now is we've got the Niagara Region Transit Governance Study. And I'm going to ask Matt Robinson. He's the director, and he's going to be presenting this on. And I see him on the screen looking dapper as he always does. And Matt's been fantastic. He's been taking us through the whole. I want to give you a little bit of background. He's been a real gem to work with at the region. And he's one of the fellows that's very much been involved with his hands on the steering wheel to bring GO service to Niagara. And as well, he's been working very closely with Ken Todd, our CAO, to help deal with our intermunicipal transit. He's been moving the ball forward throughout all this time, and especially during the pandemic. So I'm going to pass the mic off to you, Matt. I'm going to mute myself out and look forward to your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I will attempt to share my screen here. Hope everything goes according to plan. All right, I think we're good to go. Can everybody see the screen all right? I never enjoy asking that question, but I did have some hiccups last night in Fort Erie, so I'll be safe and sorry. Okay, good evening, Mayor and Council, and thank you for the opportunity to be here. My name is Matt Robinson, and I am the Director of the GO Implementation Office at Niagara Region. Tonight, Council will hear about the next steps in an exciting, purposeful transition toward a consolidated transit system in Niagara. I ask Council's indulgence as I present. I'll be about 15 minutes delivering the presentation. Tonight is about consultation. This is Council's chance to provide the project team with feedback. With me are Scott Fraser and Heather Talbot from Niagara Region, as well as our consultant teams from Optimus, SBR, and Left Turn, Right Turn. I also wanted to recognize Mayor Diodati and Regional Councillors Gale, Greenwood, and Nicholson for their continued support of transit at Regional Council. I would also be remiss not to recognize the hard work and immense leadership of city staff in advancing transit in Niagara. CAO Ken Todd and Transit General Manager Carla Stout, who are both critical members of our transit working group. So this afternoon, we will examine where we've been, why we're here, the project's objectives, highlights of the governance study, examine the benefits of a consolidated system, and then finish with a look at some next steps. When I was last here before Council in 2017, we sought authority for the region to operate transit. Included then was an endorsement in principle to move forward with transit consolidation. This afternoon is about advancing the next chapter in that story. As noted in your CAO report this afternoon, the LNTC was established after that unanimous triple majority process in 2017. Its mandate is to review transit region-wide, focusing on operational integration and developing a governance model. This afternoon, you'll see the results of that study. So why integrate transit in Niagara? Well, it allows every community to better connect riders more seamlessly and allows for increased equity by breaking down social and economic barriers, making communities across Niagara connected in ways that improve our residents' social determinants of health. Integrating transit enhances our growth and economic development opportunities. Economic development professionals regularly attest to how important a region's seamless and connected transportation system is as the backbone for residents and businesses seeking new communities to call home, and as a catalyst for intensification and development growth. It's no longer a competitive advantage, it's a requirement. Employers attest to the need for a connected and seamless system that enables their business and employees to access skills and opportunities both to and from the GTHA. Accessibility is a key feature to a seamless system, and not just through commingling of mobility-assisted riders with our conventional riders, but accessibility also means access to transit, those underserved or unserved by transit in their communities. And lastly, integrated transit supports sustainability, contributes to a greener economy, and enables a shift to greater transit use and ultimately less vehicles on the road. So why do it now? COVID-19 has had a dramatic impact on transit across the world. Most systems have ridership numbers that are a small fraction of our pre-pandemic numbers. The federal government indicates that it's 3 to 5 years for transit to recover to pre-pandemic levels. The Intermunicipal Transit Working Group has been meeting weekly since the pandemic was declared. And to be honest, with 11 separate transit systems operating in Niagara, we had to, for the residents and the riders we serve. We've been working toward this goal since 2017, advancing a long list of operational harmonization for a seamless transition to a single transit entity. Consolidating now allows us to maximize our resources at a time when resources are even more precious and transit is significantly reduced. Overall, it would allow us to create a maximized system that fully leverages the resources we have collectively invested to make our transit system even better. Integrating now also allows us to create a seamless, specialized and conventional system, one that serves to create unity, equity, and seamless transit for all users, no matter their mobility needs. Transition to a larger system ensures faster, more targeted investments are made to growing communities, underserved or unserved areas, and maximization of on-demand resources, which are spreading as a very effective, viable deployment, seeing explosive growth where implemented. Lastly, integrating now allows for a seamless integration with the GO network, whether integration with Presto, new direct connections to GO stations, is exponentially more effective under a single transit system. So with the stage set on how we've got this far and why we're here, let's examine some of the highlights of the study itself. Over the course of 2020, under the guidance of the Area CAO Working Group, the consultants undertook developing a new governance model. The governance study used a 5-step process and started with a full review of current state of transit in Niagara. Who has what, how they operate it, how much they invest. They also did a full jurisdictional scan of peer regions from across Ontario, as well as Edmonton, Alberta, which together served as the baseline for analysis. LNTC also wanted to see what Niagara's transit could aspire to be. What could a fully integrated transit model in Niagara deliver in terms of ridership, and what would it take to get there? This is the future state model. From there, models were identified, compared, and graded against a matrix of factors, landing on a final recommendation. With a recommended model, the study plotted a blueprint for Niagara to transition effectively each step of the way to achieve this in a 24-month period. The study concluded ultimately that a full commission model is the most effective for Niagara, bringing the right balance of autonomy and flexibility to drive growth and transit innovation. The full commission was determined to best meet Niagara's changing needs and create an enhanced system that would provide transit equity to our 12 municipalities. The key benefits of the commission are its autonomy and financial flexibility. Through a commission, Niagara's transit system could grow with an exclusive, targeted focus on transit. With a board and staff devoted to innovative and responsive transit growth, Niagara's communities will realize its full transit potential. The commission will be able to respond to trends in the industry and better adapt to pressures. Being a separate entity, it may also have more independent negotiating power. The commission also stacks up as being the most cost-efficient system. This is well documented across Ontario, with separate transit entities routinely providing a less expensive cost per trip than other transit models. In terms of transit governance, the commission, or legally referred to as a municipal services board, is recommended to have a 9-member board with 5 voting members from regional council, including 1 permanent seat for Niagara Falls, and 4 skills-based members of the public. These public members would serve at large and bring value-added industry skills to the board's decision-making. In support of the board, an advisory committee will be established. It would report to the commission as a way for frontline users to interface with the board and provide representation from the community on things such as system growth, focus areas, customer needs, and community interests. A 5-step transition plan was developed to take the process from approval through to a fully in-service environment, including the selection of the board, consolidation of staff, assets, and services, through to service launch. This process, from start to service transfer, is mapped out in significant detail in the transition plan with the proposed opening day, September 2022. So we're here in Niagara Falls. How does this proposal benefit and impact the residents of your community? First, a bit of visioning based on the map you see before you. A single fare that gets you anywhere in Niagara. Your phone serves as your transit pass and payment technology. There's one transit brand on every bus, easily numbered. Single transfers to anywhere, easily. Consistent service hours across all municipalities. No more 9 p.m. in one, midnight in another. No more limitations on service expansion as ridership grows and expands. Seamless connections and transfers to the GO network. 30-minute or better headways on conventional routes. 15-minute wait times for on-demand. Bus rapid transit corridors, delivering express service. Connections to our peers in HSR Hamilton. And choosing to leave your car at home, travel to and from jobs, medical appointments, or education in Hamilton, Oakville, or Toronto. So what else does this mean? It allows access to the NRT on-demand system. It very effectively serves underserved or unserved communities and provides access to all residents. Imagine a system where our smaller urban or rural municipalities are served by on-demand transit, fueling and feeding larger municipalities like Niagara Falls who have the densities needed for robust conventional systems, making getting to the big city amenities, employment and education much more seamless and readily available. A single Niagara system will feed riders to our future GO stations, including a fully redeveloped GO station at Niagara Falls, providing hourly train service to and from the GTHA with possible new GO bus connection points at Fort Erie and Brock University. And it means enhanced service. Riders want consistency, reliability, and connectivity. Elected officials want equitable access that's affordable in every municipality. These can be achieved when we pool our resources for the benefit of our residents. And lastly, this will allow Niagara Falls to maintain its people, its assets, and its service levels for the first 5 years of the transition. To deliver on all of these benefits requires a financial strategy. This approach has been developed in consultation with our area CAOs and treasurers. The financial strategy supports and makes possible the consolidation of the transit system overall, bringing about the benefits we've talked about. It includes funding for near-term transit service expansion and enhancement to ensure we are not static, but growing. It also allows all municipalities to leverage the investments that have been made across the region, avoiding duplication and ultimately savings. And a consolidation of provincial gas tax will allow for better economies of scale that can't be realized as independent systems. Simply put, the financial model will see the upload to a single regional levy for transit. Municipal levies will no longer pay for transit by 2027. The upload duration varies by municipality. Smaller ones upload quickly, larger ones over 5 years. And existing service levels will be maintained for the first 5 years. The levy starts with funding transition costs via the regional levy. It ramps up as municipal transit budgets are transferred to the region. Throughout the upload, funding is being provided for expansion via the regional levy or reinvestment to the system from the uploads. With regard to assets, the CAO working group has endorsed the Cummings principle to address the future transfer of assets from area municipalities and the region to the new commission. Under this scenario, capital assets will all be transferred to the new commission. By utilizing the Cummings principle, asset transfers occur fairly, equitably, and transparently. The principle has also been established through judicial precedent over the course of 40 years and has guided every other transit consolidation in Ontario. Lastly, the Cummings principle is also well aligned to Niagara's established guiding principle of fairness, with respect for existing investments made by communities. Specifically for Niagara Falls, the transition to the single levy is expected to occur over the full 5-year phase-out period from 2022 through 2027. So for clarity, by 2027, there will no longer be a municipal levy contribution to transit from the City of Niagara Falls, with the single regional levy funding 100% of the new commission costs. As the commission is established and Niagara's transit system and ridership grow, there are a number of ways to mitigate future financial pressures and enable tax levy offsets. Some of these include support from our provincial and federal partners, population and assessment growth, and new business development, including associated future DCs. So we've heard the benefits of integrating transit, how it can be achieved now, what we can achieve together, what the commission looks like, how long it will take, and how the community benefits. So really what comes next? In summary, the full commission has been found best suited for Niagara, funded through a single regional levy, uploaded over 5 years, providing protection for existing service hours, assets, and people. This afternoon, your staff have prepared a package with a motion for council to consider. This motion is non-binding, intended to get support in principle for consolidation and its principles. This afternoon's about consultation. We welcome and encourage your feedback. We're listening, and hopefully we can accommodate all of your feedback to make the model one that all of Niagara can be proud to embrace. This roadshow period we're in, we'll have the project team, myself, and the others doing these presentations across all 13 councils through the end of February. We will take the feedback, identify, theme, incorporate, or address what we've heard, just like an environmental assessment, and reflect it in the final report brought back for final vote. Based on these revisions, the triple majority process will commence formally in the summer of this year. If the process and timeline progress as planned, by September 2022, Niagara would have a new single transit commission in place. So with that, I thank you, Council, for your indulgence and your attention. We're passionate about this and hope to hear and address any questions you might have, takeaway solutions that you give to us, and welcome the chance to hear your insights. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. The floor is back to you.
All right, thanks very much, Matt. That was great, very informative as always. I'd also like to point out that Councillor Pietrangelo has now joined us. Councillor Pietrangelo, you may want to have a look through your agenda. If you do have any disclosures of your interest, you can let us know when we're done the presentation. So first up, do we have any questions or to the presentation? Yes, Councillor Campbell.
It might be a little premature, but I have to admit that Matt, that was an excellent presentation. Some time ago, we passed a motion that would provide senior citizens with the opportunity of transportation at a reduced or free of charge. And because of the COVID coming in when it did, that was just after we had 3 or 4 months of trial runs with seniors. My question is, and I want to get this input right away, is this committee that you're talking about going to consider, or will they consider, free transportation or reduced transportation for senior citizens in the entire region?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and I have also discussed with your CAO, Ken Todd, sort of the back and forth between local service implications and the future commission. And I want to make sure that I'm respecting local transit decisions and allowing for local transit staff, whether that's Ms. Stout or Mr. Todd, to comment on that. But what I can say to you, Councillor Campbell, is those types of decisions would ultimately be made by the new Transit Commission. I think what this part of the consultation is really to ensure is if Niagara Falls Council feels that those type of policy and operational considerations are important, that would be something that your council should feed into this process to say that we believe as a council that these policy choices are important and should be strongly considered incorporated by the new commission as something that would be considered. I believe, and I don't want to tie my hands too much to future decisions of a future commission, but ultimately I think what's going to happen in the future is that transit policy and things such as that would be looked at across all municipalities rather than sort of singled by specific municipalities. So that's why I'm a bit hesitant to commit that. But what I will say is if it is important to Niagara Falls Council, that should be included in your feedback, as well as a future consideration for the commission to take that into account.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Sorry, go ahead. Thank you for that. Yes, Councillor Lococo, it's all yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In the report, it talks about the 2021 service levels remaining the same. So I guess my question is, because of COVID, we have adjusted our services for the year, and how will that come out in what you're doing later on? Because if you look at 2021, they might not be the services that we had last year, but again, COVID was 9 months of it, or the year before. So will you be addressing those differences because of the COVID reductions?
So through you, Mayor, to Councillor Lococo, it's a great question, and one, Councillor, that's come up a number of times. We had to pick a starting year. We recognized as we were going through all of this work that at some point we had to use a baseline year. I think what's under discussion, and again, one of those items that may be of importance to Niagara Falls Council, is which year we baseline the service levels. Because you're right, 2020 was absolutely an anomaly, and 2021 will probably be a hybrid of that, where having responsibility for Niagara Region's transit services now, I know that our service levels are a fraction of what they were. So I think what we're looking at holistically as the feedback comes in is, are we going back to, say, a 2019 level, where pre-pandemic everyone was at sort of a state of normalcy, if you will, and using that possibly as a baseline. So I think I understand your feedback in saying 2021 is there as a baseline year, but 2021 may not be where Niagara Falls Transit used to be or should be in the future. So I think I hear that feedback, and I think as a project team, we will probably take back that feedback, and I think the crux of it is 2019 may be a better year for us to use as sort of a baseline going forward. But as I said, we had to pick a year, but I certainly hear the feedback that you provide.
Okay, thank you. I just have one more question. In the report, it talked about the property taxes in 2022 being approximately 8.6 million, down to 2027 of 5.3 million. And the reason for that is based on the Cummings principle that we transfer all of our capital over to the region. I understand that. So every year our taxes go down, which is great. What is going to happen in 2028 when we've already given you the capital, you've given us the credit over the 5 years, our taxes reduce? At some point, will the region taxes be going up in 2028, and how much of an increase is that going to be to our taxpayer?
So I'm hopeful that Heather Talbot from our financial team is here. I don't see her on the screen, but I'm hopeful she has audio capabilities and has heard Councillor Lococo's question. Heather, are you available to answer that?
I am. I'm here now. Through you, Mr. Mayor. There's a few things that are actually happening that aren't fully represented in the numbers that are there. So one of the ways that we looked at it is we took the $27 million collectively that supports the local transit. So for Niagara Falls, that's $8.6 million that you currently invest in your local transit. So over the transition period, over 5 years, the local transit levy will be eliminated. So by 2027, there'll be zero local transit levy. And that redistribution of your 8.6 million for the local will actually go down to 5.3 million. So while you transfer your capital, you're also transferring some of your net operating costs for your local service. And that's because the other communities will be moving into, like, accessing the amenities within your service area. So it's a transfer through the assessment, through the property taxes. So that kind of looks at an isolated snapshot of what you're currently paying and what in the future you'll be paying through the regional levy for your local service. However, as you know, now we have Niagara Regional Transit, which is through the regional levy, which is an additional $2.9 million that's allocated of our $14 million towards Niagara Falls residents. So what ends up happening over the transition period is currently your residents are paying $11.5 million today for all of transit across Niagara. As we transition to one levy and your municipal levy goes to zero and the regional levy picks up the difference, in 2027, your local residents will be paying $10.1 million. So it's not really that 5.3, but it's also reduced or lower than what you're currently spending holistically through both levies. The capital is transitioned, but they're also, the other residents in other municipalities are also picking up some of the costs, those service costs. So it's just a kind of a redistribution of current transit spending through the regional levy.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you for that. Do we have any other questions of council? Okay, I see none. Okay, Matt, so what are we looking at now? We're looking at the resolution. Is that where we're at now?
So, Mr. Mayor, if I could just interject, I think what the region is looking for is a nice summary in the CAO 2021-01 report that is also listed here on the agenda. And we're looking for that recommendation to be passed. Ultimately, that council endorse in principle the full commission as the recommended governance model for the consolidation of Niagara's public transit system.
Thank you very much for that, Mr. Clerk. So, Councilor, we're looking for, we're getting some feedback again. You gotta mute you up. Sorry, guys. Looking for a motion, Councilor Thompson.
I think, first of all, I think I'd like to compliment the presentation. It was substantial and but very informative. And we have till the end of February to come back with any concerns or whatever. And I think we'll have an opportunity to have some dialogue and discussion over that period of time. So I would receive the information and look forward to the report back to council before the final report is finished. Is that appropriate?
Yeah, and also, Councilor, and to endorse the resolution as well. That's included in the report.
Yes, I include that.
Okay, that's great. Thank you for that. Councilor Campbell?
I'll second that. I think it's great.
Fantastic. Do we have any other comments or questions to the motion? Yes, Councilor Pietrangelo.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. First of all, sorry I was late. I was at work, as I let council know. I just wanted to say that it's taken a while for integrated transit to become a reality in the region, but it is forward progress, and it's great to see that it's moving forward. So sorry I missed part of the presentation. I did get a chance to read it, but I'm happy to support the motion, Your Worship.
Thank you for that. And I see Ken Todd, our CAO, has his hand raised. See, he's using the hand raise feature on Zoom. That's at the bottom of your screen or the right side of your screen or whatever it is. So yes, Mr. Todd, you've been the city's representative and the leader of the CAOs on this issue, working alongside Matt, and love to have you weigh in.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Matt, for the and Heather for the presentation. I just wanted to indicate that with the passage of the in principle motion, in terms of feedback, you just may want to include a line that, in addition to the motion, that the newly formed commission also look at the seniors that Councillor Campbell had brought up. It might be good just to include that at this point, and that way we can incorporate that feedback right into the motion as well.
I would be happy to include that with the motion.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, I agree 100%. I just don't want this seniors issue to get lost in this whole transition process. But I agree with Mr. Todd. Thank you, Mr. Todd.
That's great, especially Niagara. We've been hearing more and more during this vaccine status that we've got one of the oldest populations in the country, never mind just the province. And you know that Matt acknowledges and recognizes that when you see a guy with a phonograph in the background, when he listens to his Michael Bublé, and as well, he's got his old compass from a ship there, it looks like. So he's an old soul at heart. So ladies and gentlemen, if there's no further comments, let's call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that is unanimous. So well done, Mr. Robinson. Thank you very much for your presentation, and good luck with the rest of the municipalities.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Council.
Thank you. All right, so we are moving along, and I am going to now pass the floor to Councillor Pietrangelo, who is our budget chair. We're going to be dealing with the parking budget presentation and a number of financial matters for the next little bit. So, and I know just before we started, Councillor Pietrangelo did have a disclosure of pecuniary interest. Did you want to declare that right now, Councillor Pietrangelo?
Yeah, sure, Your Worship, I do. And I have to say, the worst part about coming late to a meeting is I think I missed the mayor's announcements. Did I miss them?
Well, I could start over again.
Would you do it again for me, please? Would you do it again?
Only if Councillor Carrier sticks around and listens to it. Fat chance.
Okay. Perhaps we'll hold off on that. Your Worship, the conflicts I wanted to declare is, let me see, check 00321-0043 made out to the Niagara Catholic District School Board, my employer, as well 00321-0021 made out to the District School Board of Niagara, my wife's employer. Your Worship, the other difficulty I might have, and I might need Mr. Matson's help on this, is just when I'm on Zoom on my iPad, I don't have a physical copy of the agenda. So I realize that the parking budget is coming up next. I know the reports in my head, but perhaps Mr. Matson can kind of keep us on track as to what comes next. So with that said, thank you for passing the floor over. We'll get into the parking budget. And I believe at this point, I can pass it over to our Director of Finance, Ms. Clark. Welcome, Ms. Clark. I think this is our last meeting with you. So all smiles. And sure, you can take council through the parking budget.
Sounds good. Thank you, Mr. Pietrangelo. I will be at the February 9th meeting. I don't know if that's a distance.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Maybe. That's good. That's good.
So I'm just going to share my screen here. Everybody can see the presentation?
Yes.
Okay. So this will be quick. Parking budget's not too big. We do have Paul Brown, our manager of parking, on the line as well, should there be any specific parking questions. And of course, Eric Nicol, our director of municipal works. Okay, so we're just going to look over the 2021 proposed revenue and expenses, both by object code and by responsibility center, and then just a brief little update on new and ongoing parking initiatives. So the revenue is not too bad overall, all things considered in the COVID world. User fees are projected to go down $142,000. Permits projected to go down $25,000. with a slight increase in fines. That from reserve fund, that's something to talk about. So normally we like parking to be self-sustaining, and normally there's a small surplus we're able to budget to put away to the reserve fund. In this instance, with COVID predictions and the loss of the Clifton Hill parking, council may recall we're turning the Clifton Hill parking into wider sidewalks. It's resulted in a small $30,000 deficit, so we're going to have to pull that from the parking reserve fund. And hopefully in 2022 that would go away. There'll be more revenue from theater parking, and we'll be back on our feet. So if we want to look at it, just I'm not going to go over these in a lot of detail unless you have any questions, but that breaks it down: salaries and wages, materials, contract services. Again, see this transfer to reserves line. So last year we projected a surplus of 68,000. So that's your difference there, comparing the COVID year to the non-COVID budget. This just breaks it out by parking lot, as well as just some of the overall, the parking maintenance responsibility center up here, and then the insurance claims. So you can see most of our lots are still in a surplus position, albeit they've gone down, not quite as large of a surplus as before. We do have a couple in deficit positions at the moment, as well as on the next slide, just a couple there that we are working on strategies for. Let's break down by parking lot, and then just a quick update on some initiatives. So the online permit payments, the Honk Mobile is going really well, and we're working on updating online payment options for permit holders to be able to pay for their permits online. And then we're working on a citywide strategic parking plan. So this was approved, if I'm not mistaken, in the 2019 budget, and I don't think it's gotten off the ground yet entirely. We are working our way through that as well. So that's it. Hoping that you'll approve this budget, and if you have any questions, just let me or myself or Paul or Eric know.
Okay, thanks, Ms. Clark. And I guess at this point, I'll open it up to members of council and see whether or not anyone has any questions. I have Councillor Lococo and then Councillor Dabrowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through to Ms. Clark. For the budget, are the increased parking fines in the budget? Our next agenda item is 5.3, the parking increase for the fines. In this budget that you're proposing, does that have the increased fine in it?
Agree, Mr. Chair. I do believe so, though I'll look to Paul to confirm that.
Okay.
Yeah, that's correct. There's a conservative amount put in there for that fine increase.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Brown. I was wondering maybe if we can talk about the parking fine increase, because that is in this budget, and I had a couple questions on that report.
Sure. Yeah, you can raise any questions. Yeah.
Okay, the one thing that stood out to me was one of two things that stood out. It said that we haven't changed our fines since 2000, and I understand that's a long time, and I'm just wondering if now is the time to change it in this COVID era with people struggling. I don't know if we should be increasing fines at that point. And the other thing that stuck out to me was there was a comment in there about the cost of parking increases. So fines for tourists, sometimes they take the chance of parking illegally because they know it's cheaper than paying the fee. They'll take the fine instead. So I do understand that, but from a resident's point of view, then they think about getting a $20-25 fine for an expired meter. And if theory is because tourists are not using our parking properly and we have to do certain things in order for them to pay the fines, some residents are very upset about that. And I just wanted to put that out there because I know we have to look at the fee and we have to look at the fine, and I understand that some people won't pay the fee if the fine is going to be cheaper. I understand we haven't increased it in 20 years, but I wanted to put those things out there for discussion because there are a lot of residents that are upset about those few things.
Okay, I'll see if I can get an answer from staff. Mr. Nickel?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to make a few comments on in response to the councillor's questions. The fines are not the same as the fees. So the fees are your cost for the service. The fines are the disincentive for breaking the rules. So the best way for residents to save that money is to not break the rules, to not park against no parking signs, to not stop in no stopping areas. And in doing so, we'll have safer streets and everyone can enjoy those services in a safer fashion. So those fines have not been increased in over 20 years. And we feel that it's important both to realize those revenues reflective of people breaking the rules, especially in a situation where we're struggling in this budget department to make sure that we're not asking law-abiding citizens to cover the cost of parking services, by dipping into operating accounts or into reserves.
Is that good, Councillor Lococo?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Nickel. I do understand what you're saying, but I am looking at, we are in a COVID pandemic. I'm not sure that I want to increase the fines, even if it's somebody who's parking illegally. I do understand that. And it is COVID times. There are other municipalities out there that are removing the parking fees. And I just don't think we should be increasing our fines that much. Thank you.
Okay. I have Councillor Dabrowski and then Councillor Thompson.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I'll echo Councillor Lococo's comments through the mayor. Thank you for the presentation, Ms. Clark. And although I agree that it should be standard practice for our municipality to review policies on a regular basis, especially if we haven't made changes for many years, and the report says 20, this definitely isn't the right time. We should be considering an increase to parking fines for residents. Our residents are working through challenges to navigate through the current pandemic with rent, bills, groceries, and other expenses, and more often than not, a decrease in their income. And I just wouldn't feel that we're being fair by changing a policy that hasn't been changed in 20 years in a year that we're hoping to recover as a community. And I don't believe waiting 6 months or a year on this issue will make or break the parking budget. And I wish we would have had the fine increase discussion before the parking budget increase. But either way, we can visit that when we get to it. But again, I don't support increasing fines. And I believe the report mentions the Parks Commission recently increasing their parking fines, but from my understanding, they haven't increased in at least 15 years. I'm not sure if anyone on staff can confirm that, but to my knowledge, they haven't increased their parking fines in at least 15 years.
Okay, let's see if I can get an answer from staff on what the Parks Commission has done. Mr. Nickel?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. The last time the Parks Commissions adjusted their fines was in 2012. So relatively speaking, recently, but again, within the last 6 to 10 years. I guess it would be 2012 would be 9 years.
Okay.
So again, I would hate to put the burden on our residents, especially as more people, I know with the provincial order, we're at a stay-at-home order, but people are visiting more areas throughout the Niagara Parks Commission or through municipal parks and trails and parking it and trying to get fresh air and trying to keep themselves as busy as they can for their mental health. I don't think it would be in the best interest of this council or staff or in the best interest of our community to visit this topic at this current time. Maybe in 6 months or a year we can revisit it. I'm not against the increase, but don't feel it's appropriate at this time. But again, this is a discussion that we're having on the next item, so I'm not sure how this fares for what we're talking about at this current time.
Okay, perhaps I can have a comment from staff in terms of what that increase represents, because I know that right now, in order to support the parking budget, staff is proposing that we use up some of the reserves that were put in there last year. So either Ms. Clark or perhaps Mr. Brown, if you would have any knowledge in terms of what the parking fines increase represent in terms of an amount.
Through agree, Mr. Chair. My understanding from Mr. Brown is that it's about $30,000 we've input into the budget that represents the increase. I believe these were already covered in the schedule of fees that council passed as well in September with an effective January 1st date. And this was really more of a housekeeping item, was my understanding. So I think, if I'm not mistaken, we're now rolling that back.
Okay, so in other words, if the fine increases don't go forward, then staff would have to go back to the reserve. Would there be enough money in the reserve, I guess would be the question.
There's about $150,000 in the reserve. So, I mean, it's not plentiful, but we'd be increasing it to about, what, $61,000 now to take out the fine increases. So, yes, there would be enough. It's not a great long-term strategy.
Okay. Councillor Dabrowski, you still have the floor.
Actually, Ms. Clark answered my question. Thank you.
Okay, I have Councillor Thompson next.
Yes, I read the report, and I wish I had more information regarding what the fees were last year, and I think it's a major mistake by not having an increase in 20 years. Then you have to have a substantial increase. I would also like to see what the fees were before, what's the percentage increase, and I would like to know what some of the larger municipalities have as a fee for parking around the region. So we really have all the information to make a fair decision. But leaving it for 20 years is ridiculous. We should be looking at this at least every council term and dealing with it. But I have no idea what the increase is, what the percentage, and I think that's pretty crucial information. I'd like to know what St. Catharines and Welland are charging for the same fees. So maybe we can defer this and have another report in February so we can, I don't have a problem increasing it. What are you going to wait 21 years? No, we should do this regularly. That's why we have the problem.
Okay, I know I had Ms. Clark that wanted to respond to some of your questions, and then I have Councillor Dabrowski.
Thank you. I just want to add a point of clarification. We seem to be using the word fee and fines interchangeably, and this is strictly about fines, not.
No, I've said fee. I said fee, but I meant fines. Yeah. Okay. That's what we're dealing with. Yeah. Okay, so the increase works out to about a 1% average over the 20 years per year. It's fairly reasonable. To your point, yes, it's a bit of a catch-up, and it's strictly relating to fines. So people doing something they should not be doing. So really it's 20% then, right? Increase? I'm going to look to Paul Brown or Eric to jump in there.
Mr. Chair, I can say a few things. So there's a whole host of fines you can read in the bylaw. The most common fines are parking fines and stopping fines. So parking fines are, say, where you're parking in a place you shouldn't park, and they are proposed to increase from $25 to $30. $30 is consistent with Niagara Parks fines. No stopping fines, so no stopping across crosswalks or at stop signs. It is proposed to go from, I believe, $50 to $60. And again, those are in line with comparator municipalities.
I actually read it and I thought to myself that the fees for, or the fines, I should say, sorry, the fines for parking in handicap spots should be higher than what staff are proposing. I think that's one that we really need to make as a deterrent, and make sure that if someone parks there, that they, that they're fined accordingly, and I guess there's a penalty that's imposed so that they don't keep doing it. But I have Councillor Carrio that had his hand up to speak. Councillor Carrio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just going to mention what Councillor Thompson mentioned. We should maybe look at, we might have done this when Ms. Clark talked about, we looked at this before. She might have had a comparison with other municipalities in our area. I'm not opposed to raising them $5. I'm not opposed to raising even more for if you park in handicap zones. I don't think it's a huge amount of increase. And let's face it, it's for breaking the law. Put the parking money in the meter. If you're not supposed to be parked somewhere, you shouldn't be there. Maybe it should be $50, not $30. So I'm not opposed to raising them at all for someone that's breaking the law. If you want to get on the bandwagon to save some money, let's talk about it when we get into the budget. Then you could save $3 million instead of $3,000.
Okay. Councillor Strange, do you have your hand up? Yep.
Yeah, through you, Chair. And I agree with Councillor Carrio. I think if you are breaking the law and it's going to come down where someone's just going to park their car there, leave it there for the whole day and get a $25 fine or $30 fine, and that's going to be less than what they have to pay. So I think we have to go up with the price of inflation, really look at this probably every 5 years maybe or so, or every term of council to make some increases. Everything's going up, wages, our commissioners, everything's going up. So I think we have to go up with inflation. So I do agree with Councillor Carrio that a $5, don't break the law. Go back, put your money in, and with the smart meters now, it's so easy. They know right on. You can use your credit card and you can put it in really fast. So I do agree that and I know it's a very, very tough year, but the increased fines by $5 on a parking, and especially it's a lot of the tourists that are coming in that are probably have to pay the fines anyway. So, I agree that, we have to go up with the price of inflation, and I'm in agreement that we should go up with the fines.
Okay. Thanks, Councillor Strange. I have Councillor Dabrowski.
Yeah, and thanks, Councillor Pietrangelo. For you, I know Ms. Clark had mentioned that the budget was basically approved in September. A lot has changed economically since that time. And to Councillor Thompson's point, waiting 20 years is not necessarily good business practice to review our policies. But in a pandemic, what harm would there be in waiting 6 months? I know $5 may not mean a lot to the municipality or to some individual councillors, but it does to a lot of our residents, especially when a good majority have very limited income. So again, I don't want to beat a dead horse on this topic, but I wouldn't be in support of a parking fine increase. And to Councillor Thompson's point, wondering what other municipalities are doing. I know the City of St. Catharines has recently waived all parking fees through to the end of April, I believe. That's it for me.
Okay, thanks. If there aren't any other comments, then we'll be looking for some direction on how council wants to handle the parking budget. So looking for a motion. Councillor Thompson.
I'm not against increasing the fines, but if somebody wants more information before our next meeting, I wouldn't have a problem referring it to have a full debate on it in the future.
Okay.
At the next meeting.
Okay, we just got to be clear about what information we're looking for, I guess, so that staff would be able to come back with that.
What other municipalities are charging, what the increase is, I guess it's $5, which is, tells you 1% a year over 20 years. Why wouldn't you just do that 1% a year and you don't have a problem, or once during the term? of council. Anyway.
Okay. I have Councillor Dabrowski and then Councillor Strange.
I would second that motion with a friendly amendment, potentially if staff could look at the increase of fines, not starting until June, when hopefully the vaccines are rolled out to a greater audience here throughout, obviously, the world and our community as well, if possible.
I'm fine with that.
Okay. So the motion then would be to defer the parking budget to the February 9th meeting.
Yes.
And staff report back on what the fines are in other municipalities, and also
All questions, yeah.
also on the possibility of not starting any increase until June 30th. Did I get that right?
Yeah, June, the middle of the year, I guess that would be June 30th, correct?
Okay. I have Councillor Strange next.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to see it, like, through Ms. Clark, is that okay that we defer it till the next meeting? Won't screw her budget up at all?
Agree, Mr. Chair. That would be fine. I guess you're trying to figure out what amount you'd be changing to the reserve. In any event, however the actuals came in is how much we'd have to pull in from the reserve to balance anyways. So it's not a levy supported budget, so it's not major, I guess is my point. Delaying it is fine. I might not be there, but John will take care of it.
I just want to chime in, just, to the 20, it seems like 20% increase is, when you look over 20 years, it's like 25 cents a year. So it's not much. I think we should be looking at this every 4 or 5 years to do an increase, especially if it's, 25 cents a year. Anyways.
Okay. If there aren't any other comments, then there is a motion on the floor to refer the parking budget to the February 9th meeting, and that staff report back on what other municipalities are doing in terms of their fines and how much they are, and also on an implementation date of June 30th, 2021. So I'll call the vote then. All those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried unanimously. Mr. Clerk, would you mind letting me know what is next on the agenda? Or the next one that you would like me to do?
Yes, Mr. Angelo, the next on the agenda would be Municipal Works Report 2021-07. This is what part of the discussion just included. It is the proposed parking fine increase. So we may want to just piggyback some of the previous motion onto this report as well. Just asking for a deferral.
Yeah, so 5.3 is MW 2021-07, the proposed parking fine increase. And I mean, if council is going to refer the parking budget to the February 9th meeting with the understanding that, staff are going to come back and show what other municipalities are doing, then would the mover of the motion and the seconder like to include, I guess, the proposed parking fine increase report in their original motion? And then staff can come back and you can kind of look at comparatives from other municipalities to see whether or not Niagara Falls is in line with what other fines in other municipalities are. And I guess that's a question through to Councillor Thompson and Councillor Dabrowski.
Yeah, I don't think that it's a major decision. I would move the budget be approved. And we can still have this discussion about the fines in the future, make a decision. Not a major issue.
Okay. I believe I can ask the clerk, but I believe that the budget was just deferred to the February 9th meeting in the previous motion. And
yes.
Yeah. Okay. So now the next report is the proposed parking fine increase. So I guess my thought pattern was, since you just deferred the budget to February 9th, would you like to defer the proposed parking fine increase to February 9th as well, since you've asked staff to come back and show you what other municipalities are doing?
I thought we already did that. No?
Okay.
Councillor Pietrangelo, if maybe I could just make a motion that we defer this recommendation to following the parking budget presentation in February.
I think it's appropriate. Yeah. Okay. So I have a motion by Councillor Dabrowski, seconded by Councillor Lococo, that this matter be deferred as well to the February 9th meeting. I'll call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? And that motion's carried unanimously once again. The next report is 5.4. It's report F 2021-06, and that deals with the 2019 parking fund budget to actual comparison. And I'm not sure whether or not anyone needs an introduction, but I'll ask Ms. Clark if she has something in specific that she wants to go through before I look for comments from council.
Mr. Chair, I don't have anything specific I wanted to point out, but happy to take any questions.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions of Ms. Clark? If not, we'll be looking for a motion. Councillor Carrier.
I would just move that we receive and file.
Okay.
Or whatever, is that what they're recommending? Receive it?
Yes.
Yeah, I move receive it. I've read it. I'm sure everyone else has read it.
Motion to move the recommendation in the report by Councillor Carrier, seconded by Councillor Strange. I'll call the vote. All those in favor?
Don't we have to approve it?
I had said that he was asking to approve the recommendation in the report.
Yes.
Yes. So I think that's the motion that's on the floor. I'm not sure if that's what he stated, but
yes.
Yes. Move the recommendation that's in the report. Okay. So the motion on the floor is to move the recommendation in the report. I'll call the vote again. All those in favor? Opposed? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. Mr. Clerk, are there any other finance items that you want to go through right now?
Chair Pietrangelo, I think that's all that we had for finance, other than regular reports listed on the agenda. So we could switch over to reports based on the time right now. It's just on 3:30. The next on the agenda was the planning matters, but those are advertised to begin at 4:30 p.m. So we'll come back to those. And I think if we just jump forward to reports, since you're currently working as the chair of this meeting, we could go right into report listed as 7.2, which is the 2021 capital budget follow-up.
Okay. So report 7.2 will be next if everyone wants to adjust their agendas. And it's report F 2021-05, and it deals with the 2021 capital budget follow-up. There are 4 attachments there, and I know that staff are asking council as well to move forward with the balance of the transfer from operating to capital. I can see if anyone has any comments first. If not, I would like to make some comments myself, unless you guys want me to go first. So, okay, I guess I'm going first. I know I've spoken about this in the past, and you know, my concern to all of council really is simply from the standpoint that right now in our operating budget, we show a revenue stream of $6 million from the casino. And I'm not sure how other council members feel about that. It causes me some concern if we don't have a fallback position. And I say that because I honestly don't know whether or not the casino is going to open this year. So to me, it's just, I guess, good planning to have a fallback position for that $6 million. And that's why I argued originally that I didn't want to transfer the 4.2 million right off the, like right away to the capital budget, because I wanted to see what the operating budget was like. We now have a glimpse of the operating budget. So there is a $6 million transfer in there, or sorry, a $6 million revenue that's being shown from the casino. Now, council did already take $2 million of the $4.2 million transfer from operating to capital, and council decided that we were going to venture that amount. So if at the end of the year the casino doesn't open, the deficit will not be 6 million. Because you didn't transfer 2 million already, our deficit will be 4 million. I would feel more comfortable if we had a better safeguard against that $6 million revenue stream. And that's really why I had my arguments that I did in terms of the transfer from operating to capital. That's my line of thinking. I don't know whether or not my line of thinking is, I guess, the same as other members of council. So I do understand the need to move forward with the transfer from operating to capital. And I do understand the fact that there's going to be certain projects that we just can't hold off on. So for instance, the salaries, there's a lot of projects on there as well that the operating budget will only fund a certain portion. And then you have revenue streams from other sources, whether it be development charges or different government grants. So some projects we're only funding 10% from the operating budget, and the other 90% is coming from elsewhere. So those projects, I totally understand that we have to move forward with. My concern again is just in regards to the $6 million in revenue from the casino, and so I was looking to have a safeguard against that. I'm happy to let the remaining 2.2, I guess, in terms of transfer from operating to capital go, so that those projects can move forward. I just would hope that I guess we have a fallback position on the $6 million. So those are my comments. I know I have Councillor Carrio who wants to speak, and if anyone else wants to speak, and then we'll be looking for a motion, I guess, to approve the capital budget. Councillor Carrio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My concerns are along the same lines as you, as I had a chance to quickly look at that, the operating budget that was sent to us today. And I don't believe it's a backup plan. The casino is closed now with no date to reopen in sight. Same with the borders. Most of the people that I talk to, most of the people that are in our industry, think that a lot of this hinges on when our country gets vaccinated to the point where it gets COVID under control. And every time I turn the television on, our federal government is backpedaling on vaccination. As a matter of fact, I think tomorrow we were supposed to be on a path to keep vaccinating, and we're out of vaccines. There's been a delay. It went from maybe June for the country to be vaccinated. Now Mr. Trudeau is saying September, maybe the end of September. I believe, and many of the people in our industry believe, the casino might not open, or probably won't open for this season. If they do, it'll be late in the season. And even when they do, what will the income be? For the little bit of time that we were open in our industry, we were doing 20 to 25% of business. So we're expecting that if people start to come back late in the summer, we may do 20, 30, 40% of our business. A casino would be no different if they open. And if they open, they're going to open with restrictions on numbers. I really believe we should be looking at it the other way. We should be looking at it as if we don't get that $6 million. And if we do, we could do something else with it. But I think the plan should be going forward that we don't have the $6 million, because I think we'd all look silly if we don't look at it that way. Some of us on the council are supposedly in the know on those type of things. And I'm hearing it and I'm saying it. I don't believe that the casino is going to be open to the point where it's generating enough money to give us anywhere near this kind of money. So I'm with you. We better look at it that way from the start.
Thanks, Councillor Carey. I also agree with you in the sense that, the opening of the casino is largely going to be influenced by the rollout of the vaccine program. And, I don't hear the government really talking about large-scale gatherings. It's not even on their radar right now. So I think they're going to want to get to the point where, you know, we have a certain percentage of the population that are vaccinated, whether that be at a point of herd immunity or an even higher point, before they start to allow large-scale gatherings. So
it looks like it will be the last thing that the government opens, Mr. Chairman. So seeing the way things are going, seeing the way our numbers are going, it certainly doesn't give me a good feeling about it. Thank you.
yeah. Okay. Mayor Diodati.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, and I can't disagree with what you guys are saying. You know, Plan A, I mean, it'd be wonderful. Plan A is casinos open and we're getting our hosting fees, but we just don't know that. That's a random target. It's a moving target, and I'd rather be over prepared and than under prepared. And I agree. I think we need to. There's no guarantee, and all along we've been saying, you know, the casino at the very least should open up to 20% of the people, and they maintained only 50 people. So as a result, casinos didn't open, and nobody would have ever believed that, especially after they spent right here in Niagara Falls $1 million. They brought in epidemiologists. They did everything you could possibly do to open in a safe way, like all the other businesses that were allowed to open, and yet they were not allowed. So, you know, you'd think common sense would dictate they will be allowed, but at this point, I wouldn't rely on that because it seems there's some other variable that we're not privy to make that determination. So I think we need a more conservative plan with that I wouldn't want to expect that that's going to be there and it not be there, and then we need to make up for it. Rather, as you've said, and as Councillor Carrier said, I'd rather be proactive and prepared for it. I mean, and I'm the biggest optimist going, but I still like a safety net just in case.
Okay. I'm not sure where that leaves us with the capital budget. I mean, that's why I was so strong on having a look at that transfer from the operating budget to the capital budget, just because it's a $4.2 million transfer. So if the casino doesn't open and we're short $6 million in revenue, to me, that was making up, I guess, $4 million of that $6 million. Now, again, council has already chosen to venture $2 million of the $4.2 million transfer. So if the casino doesn't open at the end of the year, it won't be a $6 million loss. It'll be a $4 million loss. I guess putting some safeguards in would mean having a better look at our operating budget. And if there was ever a year to tighten our belts or to have, I guess, a different approach, this year would be the year. We still have the issue, though, of the capital budget, and the report in front of us is still suggesting that, $2.2 million get transferred from the operating budget to the capital budget. I do support this as long as council is going to have a look at the budget and make some hard decisions in terms of providing a safety net for the casino revenue. Because I think that there's projects that are on the capital budget that I would be remiss if they didn't go forward, especially in terms of some staffing items. There's some fire items on there. There's a lot of projects that, like I said, there's only partial funding that is coming from the operating budget. And then there's other funding that's made up from development charges or different government grants. So I guess in that sense, we are looking for a motion of council. So I have Councillor Carrier.
I agree with that as well. And I don't want to stall out these capital projects. I think that we have to look at the operating budget and look hard at the operating budget, but I'd be prepared to move the recommendations that are in front of us, 1 and 2.
Okay, so I have a motion to move the report that's in front of you. I have a seconder by Councillor Strange, and I know I had Councillor Campbell. Did you still wish to speak? No? Okay. If there aren't any other comments, then I'll call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried unanimously. Okay, next item on the agenda.
Yeah, Chair
Mr.
Peter Angelo.
Yes.
If I could just interject here. Naturally, as you as the chair for finance, it would make sense for us to jump to 7.5. However, we do have a request from our Director of Finance, if we could have you preside over 7.1, which is an update to the procurement bylaw.
Procurement policy?
The
Okay,
reason
yeah.
for that is we do have our manager of procurement on standby in case council has any questions. So if we could just proceed with 7.1 first,
Sure.
and then we'll jump to 7.5.
Okay. So we'll go to 7.1, which is an update to the procurement policy. And did staff wish to introduce this at all?
Hello, staff. Dave, manager procurement.
Hi, Dave.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good.
Did you wish to make any comments to council at all, or were you just looking for a motion to approve the report?
Just looking for motion to approve unless council has any questions.
Okay. I have a motion by both wings, Councillor Campbell and Councillor Thompson. So,
Move forward.
yes.
The
Okay.
recommendation.
Okay. So the motion is to move the recommendations that are in front of us. If there aren't any questions, I'll call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? Oh, I'm sorry. Councillor Lococo had a question. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On attachment number 1, if we look at the authority limits, including the taxes based on the approved budget, nothing personal against staff or any council, but for good governance, we should really never have unlimited spending limits. And it's changed on the CAO for existing 100,000 to unlimited. And again, for good governance, I don't think we should be doing unlimited spending.
I'll just get Ms. Clark to answer that.
Mr. Chair, the most important line on that table is the line at the top of the chart that says that is only applied when there's an approved budget. So that's your governance piece. Council has approved the budget. In that case, we don't come back to you with invoices over 100,000 to get your second approval on it. For example, construction contracts are often more than 100,000. So if there was no approved budget, that's where council sees staff come back all the time with tenders that have gone over budget and asking for that direction. But if it's approved, I guess the wording is that it would be unlimited or cap on it.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. So I just want to confirm, if council has already approved the budget, the CAO has unlimited spending per that budget. And if it's not approved, then it comes back. So do we now have a notification about if it's not approved, what the spending limit is?
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, there wouldn't be one. We generally would come back to council if there is no budget and ask for a budget. I mean, really small dollar things, obviously that wouldn't, but something, a large dollar value item, we would be coming back to council, and you've seen us come back to you and say, we don't have budget for this and we'd like to do it.
Okay, thank you. I accept the premise. I still don't agree that we should have unlimited. Thank you so much for the explanation.
Do you have an alternate, like in terms of unlimited? So for instance, you have Mr. Nickel, who, I mean, his budget gets approved in the millions of dollars because he has a lot of capital works that he has to undertake. Is there a limit that you're proposing that you would like to see staff come back with?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Maybe we can ask Mr. Nickel, looking at the existing from 100,000 to unlimited, it's a huge jump. So maybe we can refer to Mr. Nickel if he could advise us to something that would be acceptable. I'll listen to that. Thank you.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, I don't know if it's actually relevant for me to answer this question. So when the budgets are approved, you're looking at the projects that are listed in the budgets. This procurement policy and the manager of procurement's on here can tell you that there are rules that need to be followed before we proceed with their procurement. So I think the intent of this table is that if we're following the rules of procurement, there's no risk to the corporation for signing an invoice for something that's followed all those rules already. It just means that for an invoice over $100,000, it's going to get my eyes, it's going to get the Director of Finance eyes and the CAO's eyes, and there's no cap on that. And the idea is that we don't need to come back to council to authorize payment on an invoice for something that multiple levels of staff have already looked at and you've already approved in a budget. And maybe the Director of Finance or Manager of Procurement wants to add to that. But that's how I see this issue.
Yeah, perhaps I can just have Ms. Clark as well provide some input into the way that auditors perceive it.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. So in general practice, we've always done this where if the budget's approved, we've signed off on them, the auditors are comfortable with this. And also if we made a rule that we had to bring invoices over a certain dollar value, whatever that is, say $1 million, back to council for a secondary approval, I think we'd be in serious trouble with some of our prompt payment timelines and paying contractors on time. There just really wouldn't be a reason to bring it back. If you've approved it once, especially if a project's ongoing, you're not going to not approve the progress payment for work that's already done.
And do you know, Ms. Clark, is this different than what other municipalities do?
Not that I'm aware of.
Yeah, I think once it's approved, it's approved. I mean, it's not an unlimited spending. You know, you have to present a budget to council and council gets their choice of whether or not they want to approve the budget. Once the budget is approved, then staff are well within their job description, I guess, to, you know, to spend the money on whatever council approves. So they don't actually have unlimited spending rights. They can only spend the funds that were approved by council. I think that's really the point. Councillor Thompson.
I think we have a motion for approval.
Yes, we do. For a motion of approval of the procurement policy. Okay. Are there any other questions at all? No? Okay, I'll call the vote then. All those in favor? Opposed? With one opposed. Okay, moving forward then, I believe that we have 7.3. Is that correct, Mr. Mattson?
Chair Peter Angelo, I was just going to suggest that for the finance portion, that we jump to 7.5 and deal with a new report that was just added today by Ms. Clark, and this is the tax-supported operating budget variance analysis. It includes several attachments, and I believe that Ms. Clark could lead us through that.
Okay, so report 7.5, which is F 2021-10, it's the tax-supported operating budget variance analysis. This was just uploaded to council's agenda, I believe, earlier this morning. I know I've already given some comments on it, and I believe Ms. Clark would probably want to introduce it and make some comments as well.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I apologize for the last minute nature of it. Hopefully everyone had a chance to have a quick peek at it. It's meant to be a discussion document, not meant for any approvals at this time, just kind of show you where we're at, what we're anticipating for COVID impacts, and get a little direction from council where we want to go from here. I was hearing some good discussion about the casino funding earlier in the capital budget. That's certainly something staff can look into. Of course, with building a safety net for the casino funding and perhaps pulling some of that out, the offset of that is a levy increase. To pull out the entire 5.895 million would be an 8.12% levy increase. So it's not necessarily something you want to do in one shot. You'd want to have more of a strategy to bring that back down. But certainly we can have the discussion about it. I don't know, do you want me to walk you through the overall revenues and expenses? Do you want to just ask questions? Run through the financial section?
At this point, let's see if there's any questions. And I don't know that anyone is talking really about pulling out the entire, you know, 5.8 or $6 million in revenue from the casino. I think a couple of us have mentioned that we'd like to see, I guess, a backup plan so that we have a fallback position if the casino doesn't open I mean, I'm fine with leaving it in there as long as we have a backup plan. So those would be my comments. I know I have Councilor Carrier who had his hand up, and I'll see if others have questions as well. Councilor
Trying to
Carrier.
find the unmute button, sorry. Well, I think I would like to see it go back to staff. I mean, this is a long report and we just got it. I just saw it today at 1 o'clock, or I didn't even know it was there. And then I had to look at it, and I'd like some more time to digest it. But I think I'd like to see it go back to finance and look at it as if, we don't get all or most of that $6 million, what the plan would be. It's very difficult for council to decide what to do until we would see. I'd hate to come back at the ninth hour if we don't get it and then try and come up with a plan. I'd like to see going forward what the plan might be, and wondering whether or not how much council wants to participate in that. I did say this before. Is this the time, if we're looking at that type of an increase, if we don't get that money, is this the time to start up a true finance committee and actually, get involved, having a group of councilors get involved with the finance people and try and come up with other ideas or a different plan so that we can get right into it as well, and not just lay it all on the backs of Ms. Clark and the people in finance. Personally, be prepared myself to sit down and spend more time looking at ways to possibly save money or come up with alternative methods so that we don't face a 8 to 10% increase. We spend so much time at these meetings on things that don't affect the taxpayers hardly at all, where this is something that we hear every time we bump into people from one election to another, if and when there's an increase. So personally, I'd be prepared to spend as much time on this as I have to come up with a plan that we can explain to our residents. I don't think that they would like it if we just came back and said, well, we need to do an increase because we got caught off guard or we didn't prepare, or we didn't have a hard look at things that maybe we wouldn't look at cutting in the past. And I'm not asking someone else to do it for me. I'd say maybe council should be involved. And I just throw that out there for consideration of the other councilors and the staff.
Okay, thanks, Councilor Carrier. I have Councilor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I completely agree with Councillor Carrier. I have not had a chance to read this and I need time to digest it, so I wouldn't want to make any decisions. And I do agree with Councillor Carrier's suggestion about having a formalized budget committee with including councillors. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other comments of council? Okay. And I know that Ms. Clark did not ask for decisions today. She wanted to get it on the agenda just as a discussion. I know she had said back in December that today's council meeting was going to be her deadline date for uploading something to council for discussion. So really that's all that it is. She's not looking for approval today. It's merely for discussion. So perhaps I can ask then if anyone has any questions of Ms. Clark. Councilor Carrier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, there's some of the things if she's looking for some input on some of the details that are in there. There are some groups that are asking for increases over last year. I mean, I think that that'd be the first thing I'd look at, and personally not be prepared to look at too favorably towards any groups. I see that she's mentioned some in there. I don't want to mention any names right now, but I don't think I'd look too favorably towards any groups looking for an increase this year. So that'd be my input on that one for Ms. Clark. And then, like I said, that's the only one that popped out at me right away. But I'd like to come back, and if you want a motion after everyone has a chance to talk, to defer it till the next meeting so that maybe the staff could go look at it and see if there's an alternative to the suggestions we're making about what happens if we don't get the money. And then if we should be prepared at that time to dig in and to have a full discussion on it. That'd be what I'd like to see happen. Thank you.
Okay.
Make a motion for deferral.
Well, I don't want to cut anyone else off that may want to comment, Councillor. That's all. As soon as if there's no one else, I would do that, but I'll wait and see if anyone else wants to speak.
Let me ask first. I know Ms. Clark wanted to respond. Oh, sorry. Did you have your hand up? No?
Maybe. Through you, Mr. Chair, I may regret this question, but does council have a target at all, a target percentage or any sort of guidelines on where they want us to get that's reasonable?
It's a good question. I think the task is twofold because right now, you know, I know myself, I would like to see a fallback position for the revenue that I don't know that I honestly believe we're going to get. And then the other part of that equation really is the difference between the revenue and the expenses. I know I said previously that that I would like to see a zero budget this year. That's me personally. I don't know how the rest of council feels. Those are my comments. So to me, it's really there's two issues that I have with the operating budget. One is the need for a safety net in terms of the revenue from the casino, and then the other one would be the I guess $3.5 million difference that we're facing right now in terms of our revenues and expenses. And I would like to see that come down. Like Councillor Cario, I mean, I'm prepared to do budget meetings with all of council or with part of council, whoever would like to show up, and you know, ask more questions and see where we can whittle things down to. But I guess that's at the will of council. So I have Councillor Campbell who wants to respond.
Thank you, Councillor. Excuse me. I based on my experience, I can't afford 0% increase. If we don't at least have an increase of the rate of inflation, then we have to cut services. And I'm totally against it. I think we need to continue the level of service that we have in our community. That's my comment.
All right. Thank you. Ms. Clark, did you want to say something?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. If I can draw your attention to the financial section of the report, and I appreciate that nobody's had a lot of time to look at it. I did offer some suggestions for you to review, and we don't have to talk about them right now, to get us down to a 1.5% increase. That didn't include removing any of the $6 million. It does still include the $2 million buffer you spoke about earlier. So that would still leave $4 million, I guess, in question if we didn't get it. I'll be frank, I can't get you to zero. If you want to get to zero, you're going to have to tell me what services that we want to look at cutting. We do not have enough reserves to get there, and we don't have enough reserves to mitigate a $4 million casino loss either. But there's not enough money I can pump into this COVID budget to get to zero without some serious service level discussions.
Okay. Are there any other comments from other council members at this point? Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Based on what Ms. Clark just said about not being able to go to a zero budget, but maybe having discussions about service levels, I'm wondering if maybe we could have that discussion. I'm not saying I want to go there, but I'm wondering how our residents would feel compared to reducing our services a little bit in exchange for no increase, or putting an increase on their taxes. So maybe we could have the discussion as part of that. I don't know if that's the way to go. I would maybe like to see some of the different options.
Okay.
I think everyone knows that we are in a difficult position right now with COVID, and maybe the better suggestion would be to reduce something. I'm not sure, but maybe we could discuss that.
Okay.
Thank you.
My question back to a lot of, I guess, comments from councillors is, do you want to wait until February 9th? I know the suggestion was made that, you know, perhaps council as a whole, or even council members that are interested, should be looking should be having meetings and looking closer at the budget. I think our opportunities seem few and far between, in my opinion, in the sense that today is January 19th, and the next blush we're going to get of the operating budget is February 9th. So the criticism has come in the past, that we're passing the budget too late. So I throw it out there to say whether or not, if council is comfortable with waiting until February 9th, or do they want to have something happen before then? So that's my question. Councillor Carrier.
Well, Your Worship, the only comment that I could make about that is there's two ways to look at this, and I heard our finance manager say that we have to look at service cuts. There's a difference between service cuts and budget cuts. Every time you make a budget cut, it doesn't necessarily have to be a service cut. So that's why I was saying I'd really have to get into it before I could see if there is a difference between where we can make some budget cuts or trims without making too much of a service cut. And I agree with Councillor Campbell. I wouldn't like to see a service cut, but I also can't say that having not had the opportunity to get right into it, whether or not there's any places for budget cuts that wouldn't affect service at all, or if it did, it would be minor. So that's why I say I think we need to get into it a little bit more before we really could say that for a fact.
A good point. Councillor Thompson.
Yeah, I was sitting at my desk here in committee room number 1, and Councillor Terrio came in and he said, "Did you see that report? I had a busy day today. I haven't even had the opportunity to look at it." And I don't think that's fair. I would like to defer it and really have the opportunity. This is a budget. This is a major decision. And we got it late today or sometime today. I didn't see it. So I don't think we have any discussion about just to defer it.
Okay, and I think I've already said that it wasn't Ms. Clark's intent to have the budget approved. It was simply to upload it to council so that we could have a bit of a discussion, and we are having that discussion, and we're not going to make any decision tonight. I know I have Mr. Todd who has his hand raised, and then I have Councillor Strange.
Well, thank you, Councillor Peter. I'm glad you've reiterated the fact that there was no expectation on part at all to have any decisions made on this day. We wanted to get it into your hands. Ms. Clark's done a lot of work just trying to gather this information, and we just wanted to put you in a position so that you have that over the next week or two to start absorbing it before we get back to that February meeting. What I will say is, in terms of the budget numbers that we've come up with, I guess the best way I could categorize it is we really don't have an expenditure problem in our mind. Our spending is only up slightly. We really have a revenue problem. We have a revenue problem based on a lot of the revenues that have dried up based on COVID, whether it be in transit or recreation. We've had a huge hit on our investment income, as well as our penalty and interest that council is aware they've made reductions over the last couple of months to help out businesses and property owners in our community. So that's where our problem is. And in terms of with where those spending budgetary cuts may be, certainly that's a discussion we can have. But we're kind of viewing this as we come out of COVID and as we are able to see some of those revenues rebound, whether it be the casino, whether it be transit, whether it be recreation, whether it be interest rates coming back up. And that may take a little bit to occur. But our feeling is that if we can be smart about how we can plug those holes with some of our reserves or reserve management that Ms. Clark has outlined in the report, we think we'll be able to get us through this. Are we going to be able to get through it down to a zero budget? The one thing I will caution you is it's very difficult to do that right off the hop, simply because you'll be aware that we have a brand new fire hall that's set to open in a couple of months' time. That has a direct impact of probably somewhere in the $500,000 a year on this year's budget. We've also have a situation where some of our transit revenues are down, and we don't expect those to come back. So right off the bat, we've got decisions that we've already made in the past that have put expenditures into our budget. The one we've talked about, the mayor right off the top in his opening remarks today, was the why. We are going to be faced with having to take over short term the operational requirements of the McBain Community Center. That again is going to put probably close to $500,000 in additional costs into our budget. So right off the hop, without even doing anything, there are two things that council is faced with additional expenditures that we certainly were aware of, that were new to this budget, in addition to all the other spending that we've had in previous years. So these are issues that council really needs to get its head around, but please take time to review this document. I know Ms. Clark was looking at trying to set up a couple of information sessions with members of council over the next week or two, and we would like to schedule those, get your attendance so we can carry on this discussion a little bit more fulsome with you and walk you through some of these details that you haven't had an opportunity to look at today. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. I have Councillor Strange, who's next.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to know, and I know it's been obviously a tough year for every household and everyone in Niagara Falls, and nobody wants to have an increase, obviously, but you do not want to cut services. And I don't know, at the top of your head, either Councillor Peter Angelo or our Director of Finance, if we were right now, and I'm not looking at right now, but if you were to increase it by 1.5%, at the top of your head, would you know what the increase would be, say per household every month or over the year, just to give the residents an idea of what that increase would be if you had that amount?
Typically based on assessment, but I know that staff do have an average assessment in terms of what the average assessment is in Niagara Falls. I would have to defer to Ms. Clark to see if she would have the exact dollar figure as to what a 1.5% increase would be on the average assessed home in Niagara Falls.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I do have the average assessment itself has grown from 275,000 to about 280,000. I don't quickly have what another 1.5% levy increase would look like. I can see if I can figure it out for you.
Yeah, that's fine. Even if it's before the next council meeting or before the end of this council meeting. Not to rush on that. It just gives residents a good idea. People never want an increase, but then you average it out and it's not like, wow, that's nothing. You know what I mean? It's like the parking fines going up, 25 cents every year over 20 years, you know what I mean? But it's just, per household, if we had an idea of okay, it's $6 a month or whatever it may be, at least it gives the residents a good idea of what that amount might be.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. Are there any other questions from members of council in regards to the operating budget? Okay, seeing none then, I know Councillor Carrier had put a motion on the floor to simply refer the report that's in front of us to the February 9th meeting. Was there anything to be added to that motion?
I think the only thing, Mr. Chair, was that Ms. Clark would come back with some ideas on what we might consider if we don't get the $6 million. I think that should be included.
The safety net, yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Was there any other comments? Sorry, Councillor Campbell, did you have your hand up?
He's muted.
I just wanted to second the motion.
Okay. So I have a motion by Councillor Carrio, seconded by Councillor Campbell, that the budget be referred to the February 9th meeting and that staff come back with some options on providing a safety net in terms of the revenue from the casino. I'll call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? And that motion is carried unanimously. Mr. Clerk, are there any other finance items that you would like me to do?
I'll just jump in. He left the room for a second, and I knew this was going to happen. So
Okay.
he's not here right now. So by all means, carry on.
All right, I'll go to 7.3, which is report F 2021-07, and that's non-owned automobile liability policy. So there's a report that's in front of council as well as an attachment, and this is just updating our policy in terms of, I believe it's when we have volunteers that are doing things on behalf of the city. So if someone would like to move the recommendation that's in the report, that's great. I think I have a motion by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Dabrowski.
Well, I made a couple of phone calls over the weekend to try to find out what this was all about. And the treasurer got in touch with me today, and it has the council and the mayor and volunteers and staff, if they're using their own car and they have an accident, they go to their insurance first, and if that doesn't work, then they come back to the city to see if there's some responsibility there. So I'd be happy to move the motion.
Okay, so I have a motion by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Dabrowski. Are there any questions to the motion? All those in favor? Opposed? That motion's carried unanimously. The next item on the agenda is 7.4, which is F 2021-08, and it's our video security policy. And for anyone who has read the report is just simply saying that the city will abide by all the regulations in terms of collecting the video and what we end up using it for and how we distribute it. And it will only be used in certain circumstances.
Move the recommendation.
Motion to approve the recommendation by Councillor Carrio, seconded by Councillor Dabrowski. I'll call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? And that motion is unanimous as well. I believe that might be all the finance items, but perhaps I can ask Mr. Matson, who's back now. So Mr. Matson, we covered 7.1 all the way down to 7.5. So I believe 7.6 would be next.
Excellent. I believe at this time it'd probably be appropriate for the mayor to resume the chair.
That
And
sounds
we
great.
can continue with 7.6. Thank you very much, Councillor Pietrangelo.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate good job, Councillor Pietrangelo. Appreciate you grabbing the steering wheel there. That was great. So I have for 7.6, the HR committee, I received interest from Councillors Pietrangelo, Carrio, and Thompson to sit on this committee that would go through and vet the initial pile of applications to bring it down to a manageable number that all of City Council could interview so that we could pick our new CAO, which of course, anyone that understands knows that's the most important thing that we're going to do as a council is picking your CAO, the number one and most important thing. So I've got Councillor Dabrowski and then I've got Councillor Thompson.
Yeah,
And
like
then
sorry, if those were the three councillors that showed interest, I'd like to make a motion that I think it was Councillor Pietrangelo, Councillor Thompson, and
Carrie.
That's yeah, we appoint them to the CEO recruitment committee.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a second for the motion? Okay, Councillor Thompson, and you can speak to it. And then we've got Councillor Lococo.
I was very interested in being involved in this, and I would second the motion for sure.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm sorry, I didn't know that we were sending interest if we were involved, wanted to be involved on the committee. I think it's important when we put a committee together that it's very diverse, with people who are experienced about the role, with people who are experienced about recruiting, gender, and age. And I was wondering, I didn't know who was going to be, if anybody was going to be nominated at this point, but I do think it's important that either Councillor Iannone or myself be included on the committee, to have a diverse committee that would include someone of a different gender. I know personally, whenever I'm putting committees together, it's important that you have people with different ages, different genders. And if you would think about looking at that motion, I can give you some further information regarding that.
Yeah, and I absolutely understand and agree that diversity is very, very important with forming any kind of committees. So that's why in this case here, this is just a vetting committee. The actual hiring committee is going to be a committee of the whole of all of council, which will include everybody. So this is just simply a group that'll go through the applications along with the director of HR and our HR company to bring it down to a manageable number. And then, as I say, you're going to be you will be selecting the new CAO.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do understand that. I did understand that from the last one, but I do think it's important to have a different gender on this committee before it comes to all. And I'll leave it to you to decide if that's something that the council would like to think about. And as I said, either Councillor Iannone or myself, we are the only two opposite genders. I think it would be important. Different genders think in different ways. I do think it's important. I will put my name forward. Councillor Iannone is not there right now. If you'd like to hear some more of my experience with recruiting, I can put that out there. But I'd like to put it out there for discussion.
Well, I appreciate that, and it would have been nice to hear from you before the meeting. That would have been helpful, but here we are. So we've got a motion, we've got a seconder. We can go about it one of a number of ways. We can call the vote. If the vote doesn't pass, we can look at changing it, or if anybody wants to comment, this is your chance. If everyone has any feedback or input, this is your chance. So if someone wants to weigh in and offer some suggestions, then I'm ready at your will. And
the motion.
Okay. Well, is there anybody else that has a comment or question? Councillor Strange?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. In the past, when recruitment for the new CEO has there been, I guess, how are the councillors voted on, and is there a gender factor? Was there a gender factor in those, I guess, going on those committees? I'm not sure because I wasn't on when we were hiring a new CEO, but in the past I don't know how it's worked. Maybe if some previous councillors or yourself could comment, or the CEO himself.
Yeah, maybe I think it'd be Mr. Dark we could ask, because I was not on the HR committee when we hired Mr. Todd, but I was part of the committee, the whole, that made the selection, because it's made by council. It's not made by the committee. So if Mr. Dark, if you'd like to weigh in on that and maybe help us answer it.
The last time, through the chair, the last time we made we hired a recruitment committee was just based on selection of interest. And so we just had expression of interest from councillors, and I think we had 3 members of council that expressed interest, and they were the ones that were selected. So it wasn't based on any criteria such as gender or anything like that last time around.
Okay, thank you.
But of course, all the members of council, as the mayor said, did interview the candidates and ultimately selected the successful candidate.
Okay. Thank you for that, Mr. Dark. So I've got Councillor Campbell, Thompson, Carrier.
I was just going to ask the question, why was there only 3 members of council on this committee? And would it make it that much more difficult if there was an additional member on there?
Well, I think we run into an issue of governance, Mr. Clerk. I think you brought this one forward before with if we have 5 members
just pointing out the fact that if that committee did exist with the mayor and 3 members, that gives us 4. If we were to add 1 more member of council, we would now have quorum at 5, and it would no longer be a committee, it would be council as a whole.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Does that answer the question for you, Mr. Campbell? Councilor Campbell.
Absolutely. Thank you. Absolutely it does. I hadn't considered that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Thompson and then Kerrio.
Well, I've been through this quite a few times over the years, and there's a committee that starts off. You have a professional company get the interviews through with all of the people who apply, and then they come back with probably 6 or 8 people, and the committee brings it down to 3 or 4, and then the whole council makes the decision at the end. So nobody is left out of this situation at all.
Okay, thank you for that. Councilor Kerrio, then Dabrowski.
Thank you, Your Worship. Well, I never really gave that much thought about this being a gender issue, Your Worship. I really didn't think it was a gender issue at all. If we're going to do that, then are we going to go back to the drawing board and have a look at all of our committee structure and make sure that we look at it differently then too? Maybe we should look at all the committees if we're going to make this a gender issue. I think we'd have to look at all our committees and make sure we did it in all the committees, not just this one.
Okay, Councilor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm sorry, Councillor Kerrio, I didn't mean to bring it up as a gender issue. My issue was I did not understand the process that we were to notify our interest. So right now we have 3 councillors, and I have no problem with the 3 councillors. I did not understand that it was the issue about bringing it up now and a motion would be put forward. It's the process that I'm looking at. Again,
Thanks, Laurie. Thank you, Laurie, because I wouldn't want to make it like that. Everything has to be a gender deal. I'm glad that you clarified that. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. It's got nothing to do with gender, but as I said,
Well, you said that. That's why I said it.
Well, gender is part of looking at a committee, just as it is with age, experience of the role. Like Councillor Thompson said, that he has very much a lot of experience in hiring a scale. That would be an asset to a committee. A new person might be an asset to the committee to bring new ideas. Gender might be a different asset because females and males look at things differently. So I don't want to make it a gender issue. I just think it's a good idea to look at gender when you're putting a committee together. And the issue that I have is about the process of putting the committee together, not the people who are listed on it. As I said, I didn't understand that we were to notify our interest at that time.
Thank you.
So it's only 3. Those 3 are fine. I just wanted to bring up about also including a different perspective. Thank you.
No, I appreciate that. And I should point out, I mean, there's going to be another opportunity where a number of councillors expressed interest in being part of a housing committee. And I noticed that several of you, including you, Councillor Lococo, expressed an interest in writing, saying you're interested in participating. And I think that's the best way to go. Show your intentions, show your interest, and then we can go from there. Because I absolutely agree. And I mean, studies have shown that the more diversity you have, the better, and certainly gender adds value, and you have more successful corporations. I'm well aware of it. So all you need to do is just let me know when you've got some interest in something, and I'm happy to work with you. So yeah, I'm sorry, did you want to say yes? Go ahead.
Directly to that, Mr. Mayor, the housing committee in the email, it specifically said to show your interest. This one did not. So I do want to clarify the difference, but I do understand what you're saying. So I know for next time. Thank you.
Yeah, that's good, because we did talk about it a couple of times in camera, so this was discussed. So I thought everybody was well aware because people have already been talking about it. So as we started last year. But regardless, I think it's good that we're all aware. If you have something to say, it's best to say it in advance. This way we know where everyone's coming from. So we have a motion on the floor, moved by Councillor Dabrowski, seconded by who again? I forget. Councillor Thompson. Okay, that Councillors Kerrio, Pietrangelo, and Thompson join me on the CAO search committee. We'll call the vote. All those in favor, please. Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Okay, moving along to item 7.7.
Actually,
You've got-
if I can interrupt,
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, Counselor?
clarify. I do recall at least, definitely on one occasion, maybe two occasions, it was brought up that if any of the council members were interested in joining that committee. I want to make sure there isn't any confusion. I do recall Councillor Lococo was in the room as well, and it was in camera that we were offered the opportunity, and we were to, as you had mentioned, put in writing if we were interested in sitting on the committee. So just wanted to clarify that. I heard that as well.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Lococo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do want to express that, yes, I did hear that, but I thought this was the discussion about who was going to be part of it. So that was my mistake. I apologize. Thank you.
No problem. It's all good. Thank you. Thank you. It's all good. Okay. What did we 7.7, McLeod Road water, wastewater consumption. The recommendation is council not approve the water and wastewater consumption grant request from the Boys and Girls Club for their property on McLeod Road. What's the will of council? One at a time now. Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Well, they're saying don't pay the 2,000 and some dollars for water use because it would set a precedent. But we can give them 2,000 and change for the water problem for the Boys and Girls Club. I would move that a grant.
Okay. Okay. So I'm sorry. I just want to make sure, Mr. Clerk, did you get that?
Yes, it sounds like Councillor Thompson is suggesting that the grant be approved as opposed to the recommendation that suggested it not be approved.
Okay. Councillor Campbell?
I'll second that.
Okay, so we have a motion. There's an echo here. I'm not sure why. A motion by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Campbell, that the grant be approved. Do we have any discussion to that motion? Okay, seeing none, then we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Okay, thank you for that. Item 7.8. Proposed cemetery bylaws. There are 3 recommendations. What's the will of council? Councillor Campbell's your hand up? No. Yes?
I'll move the recommendations, Your Worship.
I was going to move the recommendation. Thank you.
Okay.
I'll second it.
So I just want to point out, Councillor Campbell, I don't know why, but your screen is narrow. When you raise your hand, it's off the screen. I can't see it. And now I can't see you at all. I don't know. You just disappeared on me.
I know.
Okay. Okay. So motion by Councillor Pietrangelo. Do we have a seconder to the
There
motion?
I am.
Oh, there you are. Okay. Okay, we'll give it to you, Councillor Campbell. Here he is. He's got his hand up. But it's weird. I don't know if we can see that. Is that on your screen too? Oh, you got to rotate. You got your iPad.
Can you turn his phone? Yeah. Or his iPad? Can you turn it?
Got to be a phone.
Okay.
Okay,
Can
I'm
you
back.
No, you just got to turn the whole physically.
Turn the whole phone?
Yeah. Yeah, but turn it landscape. But that's okay. That's okay. I don't want to mess things up. So we've got a motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Campbell, that we move the 3 recommendations for the proposed cemetery bylaws. Is there any discussion to that? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you. Item 7.9, City of Niagara Falls Citywide Sewer Rehabilitation 3-year program. There are 4 recommendations from staff. Looking for a motion. Councillor Pietrangelo?
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. I just wanted to stop here for a second as well, and perhaps give some comments if that's okay.
Yeah.
Again, I can't see the agenda. So can you just reiterate the item?
Oh, I'm sorry. 7.9. It's City of Niagara Falls Citywide Sanitary Sewer Rehabilitation Program. And there are 3 recommendations. One is that we receive the report awarding the tender Secondly, the contract be awarded to Pipe Flow Contracting Corp. 3, that staff be directed to identify and prioritize additional trenchless needs within the system. And then fourthly, that we execute the necessary contract.
Okay, and this is the one, Your Worship, that is the follow-up to the 3-year camera inspection that council had approved, I think, back in 2018.
Maybe I could get Mr. Nickel to
Mr.
jump
Nickel?
on.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor. I'll just say a few words, and I'd be happy to take any other questions or elaborate on items that you want me to elaborate on. But yes, a few years ago, the city did a citywide video inspection of our sewers, our sanitary sewers primarily. And the purpose of that was to condition code them, so we could know definitively what condition those sewers were in. Obviously before they were in a position of collapse, and to evaluate their state of disrepair. And also to look for levels of infiltration. So where is groundwater entering those sewers? And after doing about 3/4 of the network, it became very clear, and we started at the south end of the city, became very clear that we had some significant priorities that needed to be addressed. And so as a result, a direct result of those video inspections, we prioritized the highest need for sewer repairs and put those out for tender. The sewer repairs are categorized based on the risk. And so what that means is there's a risk of failure for those sewers if they were to collapse or if they have a high level of infiltration. And that's been driving the priorities that we've been tendering. So in this tender, we packaged up significant lengths, multiple kilometers of sewers, and they're going to be repaired without any digging, which is fantastic. It means there's no impact on the residents in terms of construction equipment in front of their streets or any service level changes. And doing that is about a 1/3 cost savings as opposed to open cutting those sewers. The work is primarily focused at this time in the Chippewa area. And that's intentional because we have a lot of sewers across the city that need repair. But Chippewa is unique in that it does not have a sewer overflow in the event of high levels of infiltration. So by doing this work and doing a lot of extensive relining in Chippewa, we know that we'll be able to seal up some of the sources of infiltration, which will in turn have the added benefit of reducing the amount of flows that have to pass through the siphon and the pump stations that ultimately drain Chippewa. So really it will have a two-prong effect of making sure those sewers are structurally sound for another decade, another century, and by reducing infiltration that leads to things like basement flooding and sewer overflows. Again, I'm happy to answer more questions. I could talk about this at length.
Thanks, Your Worship, and thanks, Mr. Nickel. And I did want to pause here, Your Worship, because I think it's really important to highlight what the city is doing here. And this sort of builds on the past commitment that we made, especially in terms of the area of Chippewa. To Mr. Nickel's point, the camera inspection was started back in 2018, and what staff did was they were able to identify a number of different sewers that needed to be repaired. But the technology nowadays allows us to not have to dig a trench or not have to dig up a road. We can go in and simply repair the pipes. And the reason why the work is primarily being done in Chippewa right now is because it doesn't have an outlet. And that goes back to all the discussion that we've had before, Your Worship, about the South End Sewage Treatment Plant going in and changing the flows in Chippewa from not going underneath the creek. And that really is the crux of the problem, is that one single bottleneck. So because of that bottleneck, there's a restraint in Chippewa. So once we actually get to the point where the flows are changed and they're headed off to the new sewage treatment plant, we'll no longer have that constraint of having to go underneath the Chippewa Creek. Your Worship, that's the reason why I wanted to highlight it. It's very important from an options point of view that we move forward with giving Chippewa other options for where we can send the sewage aside from underneath the creek. So thank you to Mr. Nickel. Thank you to staff. I think it's a great program. I'm happy that we're doing it. You know, it's not always the one that's recognized because the works are not done above ground. But I always tell people that, you know, perhaps we can live with a bump in the road. Perhaps we can live with grass that's a little bit too long, but no one can live with basement flooding, Your Worship. So I'm happy to see that this is going forward.
Great, thank you very much for that. I've got Councillor Thompson and then Lococo.
Yes, when I look at the report, it was obviously like 80% or more of the work is being done in Chippewa. And I think that is really good because we've heard many years of concerns about Chippewa and the sewer system. And we put a ton of money in that. And Pipe Tech, they're all over the city. I see them now working on, what are they doing? Are they doing this contract? And I was surprised to see the price that they put forward was almost half of what the other people were doing. Are we okay? And you recommend this? It's a lot of money we save, but Pipe Tech, maybe Mr. Nickel can respond to that.
Mr. Nickel?
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, the contractors were all pre-qualified to bid on this job. And so the benefit of doing that process is that we only had contractors who we had a high confidence who could deliver available to bid. Their price, I believe, reflects a commitment to a long-term contract. And we have 2 years worth of budgets to support that contract and a third year that will be in front of you in 2022. So I feel that their commitment is relative to this ongoing contract and the possibility of future work in the city. I'm very pleased with the prices, and that means we'll be able to continue to do more work, even more than initially anticipated, all for the long-term benefit of the community.
And what are they doing now? They're all over the city and have been for a few months. I drive by them every day.
Oh, and thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll just jump in. That company is called Pipe Tech. The company we're recommending award to is called Pipe Flow. Two separate companies. Pipe Tech is our contractor who's doing video camera inspection of our sewers to give us that condition data we need to prioritize these improvements.
Oh, two different countries. Yeah. Okay. All right.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As Councillor Thompson said, I think the residents of Chippewa will be very happy that we're continuing to work on the sewers and the overflows. And I'm happy that we're doing this. So thank you so much to staff for putting this together. I think it's very much needed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. So if there's no further comment, we've got a motion by Councillor Pietrangelo. Is that what we have? Yep. And seconded by who? Councillor Lococo? Okay. So if there's no further discussion, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you very much. So we'll do one more report, and then we're going to go over to planning. So 710, request for removal of part lot control on Crop Street. So there's a recommendation that council approve the request and pass the bylaw included in today's agenda to exempt Block 2 for part lot control for a period of 2 years. So we're looking for a Councillor Thompson. Okay, moved by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Strange. Do we have any discussion to the motion? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you for that. Okay, Mr. Clerk, you want to take us back to planning?
Okay, so just moving back on the agenda a little bit, we're going to go back to item 6.1 under the planning matters. This is a public meeting, and I'll just introduce that now. The Municipal Act provides that the municipality may pass a bylaw to regulate the size, type, and location of signs for any business, institution, or residential property. The city's sign bylaw also allows for applications for site-specific variances or amendments to the sign bylaw regulations. Whereas it is desirable to update the bylaw from time to time, and in keeping with municipal protocol, a public meeting is now being convened to consider proposed amendments to the city's sign bylaw to modernize the current bylaw in order to reflect the recent changes in the sign industry with respect to electric signs. Notice was given by first-class mail on December 17, 2020 to various individuals, businesses, and sign companies that expressed an interest in the proposed amendments, and by posting a notice on the city's webpage. It's worth noting that council's decision tonight is final and binding.
Okay, Mr. Clerk, I see that Councilor Thompson has his hand up. Councilor Thompson has his hand up. I'm not sure procedurally. Can I do this?
Sure.
Yeah. Councilor Thompson?
What's the procedure?
So I'm going to read. It's like a planning meeting. We've got to go through a process.
Oh, okay. I'll hold off. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. So if you guys can mute your lines while we're going through here, just to minimize feedback. I'd like to now ask our Director of Planning to explain I'm not muted, okay. I'd like to ask the Planning Director to explain the purpose and the reason for the amendments to the sign bylaw. Mr. Hurlovich?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. The clerk is going to share his screen. So this presentation involves the city sign bylaw, which was first passed. We can go to the next slide. So the first passed in 2008, was amended once in 2013, and our proposal is to modernize the bylaw to reflect a number of changes in definitions, and primarily to address electronic message center signs and readograph signs, and to introduce some new regulations to those as well. So if we look at the next slide. We did hold a public open house in October of 2019. I realize that was a long time ago. We did get a number of important contributions from the sign industry manufacturers themselves, as well as a number of the businesses in the Clifton Hill and Fallsview area, which had concerns about the brightness of the signs. So we did further research, we modified the bylaw, we recirculated those changes, and we didn't get any further comments. Appendix 1 to the report actually shows the amendments that are proposed. I don't know if it says Appendix 2, but I believe we deleted Appendix 2 from the report as well as the bylaw itself. So we can move to the next slide. So we did change the definitions for community event boards. These are the signs that the city erects around town where people can post their signs, lost pet, or yard sales and so on. So we did need to clarify those, and as well the locations of those signs. Oops, can you go back one sign? One. Yeah, thank you. And we also are changing or introducing a definition for menu boards. We did not have a definition for these, and these are changing. So at one time when you drive through a drive-through for a restaurant, it was a static sign. It would just have a number of breakfast or lunch items listed there and the prices for those. However, those are changing to be electronic as well, so the businesses can advertise their breakfast specials at one part of the day, their lunch specials at another part of the day, and so on. As well, we have what we call legal non-conforming signs. So these were signs that were erected before the bylaw was introduced in 2008. And now after 12 years, some of those signs are becoming in poor condition. And so we've introduced some rules as to what people can do if you want to restore your sign that doesn't comply with today's bylaw versus what you would do if you're going to demolish that sign. Can we move forward one slide? And then the electronic message center sign. So these are the signs that are basically full video. If you think of the sign in front of the Fallsview Casino that advertises their entertainment, it can be words, but quite often it's video images, versus the readograph sign. And we've had to clarify this as well. So a readograph sign are often we see those, they're the letters that scroll across the screen, typically illuminated by red or yellow dots. St. Andrew's Church, for instance, has one on their property on Morrison Street. But it also, a readograph sign includes some of these signs. When a new business establishes, they're just a plastic sign and they have letters that are in plastic squares, and someone goes out there and manually changes the message to say big sale today. So we needed to change those definitions to really reflect changes in the industry. So we have the next slide. As the clerk outlined, there is no appeal to the sign bylaw. Once council passes that, it will be final. I would note that the bylaw is not on council's agenda tonight, so that if there are any modifications that council wishes to see following this presentation, we could make those, and the bylaw will come back to council at a later meeting. So next slide. Oh, I guess that was the end of that. So basically, as I was describing that, I think the biggest part to mention is that so those video screens that we haven't been allowing before will be provided anywhere in the Clifton Hill district, which is Victoria Center. As well, we've extended that to the Fallsview district. The Fallsview district previously was allowed a 50% electronic sign, but again, we are already seeing signs like this at the new theater, at the casino, and there really isn't much difference between the Fallsview area and the Clifton Hill area as defined by the bylaw, because they are part of that tourist core. As well, they're far removed from most residential areas, so the illumination from those signs would be minimalized. There is a requirement in the bylaw that those signs will automatically dim at dusk, and there's a prescription as to how many lumens or how many foot candles, depending on how the sign is measured, that they can illuminate. And then as well, the requirement that if the signs are within so many meters of a residential area, the sign must face away from those residential properties. So we have tried to protect the sensitive uses as much as possible, while recognizing that technology is changing and that people do want, or that businesses primarily do want, the ability to advertise electronically. So those are primarily the changes that we're introducing to the bylaw.
Sorry about that. Do we have any questions for Mr. Hurlovich at this point? Because we're still in the public meeting. Councillor Thompson.
What?
Yeah, do you have any questions for Mr. Hurlovich?
Yes, I do. First of all, I want to say congratulations about updating the sign bylaw. It's been a long time coming. There are a lot of people who have been trying. In fact, there are quite a few electronic signs around, and this legitimizes the signs and looks after a lot of the things that were not covered in the sign bylaw in before. And this is so important for the business community to have proper advertising, particularly in a community that is basically tourism. So I'm really pleased with the sign bylaw, the electronic aspect of it. And the only question that it said that once the bylaw is passed, there's no opportunity for any change. Does that mean, and it mentions the council and the mayor, that somebody can't bring up at a council meeting and say, well, this is what I like to suggest, and a different situation, and they automatically in the bylaw say that council can't do anything about it?
So
I
to
don't
clarify,
think
Mr.
that's
Mayor,
appropriate.
yeah, to address the councillor's questions, there is a process, two processes in the sign bylaw. One would be for a minor variance to the sign bylaw. For instance, on Lundy's Lane, the electronic signs are allowed to be 15% in that area. So if a business wished to increase their electronic sign to 25%, they would apply for a minor variance. And that's basically an internal process that happens at the staff level. But if they were, for instance, to erect billboards are allowed in the agricultural area, for instance. So if someone wanted an electronic billboard in the agricultural area, they would apply for an amendment and council would decide that. We did that, I don't know, about 2 months ago, I think. The Patterson signs came in. They had a couple of large billboards on the south side of Thoroldstone Road, just west of Garner Road. And council did grant the change of those from just the paper signs or vinyl signs to an electronic message sign. And so that's something that council would decide. And there is a process.
And the electronic signs are so much more attractive and good for business that I can't believe it. They're those ones out on Thoroldstone Road, I went out, had a look at a couple of times. Yeah. Anyway, congratulations. Generally, the bylaw is, and you had an open house. I talked to 2 or 3 of the sign people, and they didn't have anything that they were concerned about. So I'd be happy to move the bylaw.
Okay, do we have any other questions of council? We're not there yet. We're still in the meeting.
That's
Yeah.
right, you haven't closed it.
No. Do we have any other questions for Mr. Hurlovich at this point? Okay, so I do have a question. If I could ask Mr. Hurlovich, I know I mentioned it to you before, and I wondered if we've given any consideration, and if so, where it may be shown if we do this. The idea that I know some jurisdictions do have requirements that the sign company offer a certain portion of their screen time to the community, whether that be advertising a farmer's market or a community event or fundraiser, or things like Amber Alerts or these types of PSA, public service announcements. So I just wondered, is that something that we've looked at and or considered, and if so, where might it be reflected?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, for bringing that up. We did introduce something. It's under section 21. It's the amendments, and so on the appendix to the report, it's 21. Yeah, it's on the last page, page 7, and we did 21.8. It says council may impose such conditions as, but not limited to, public service messaging. Now, if that's a little too restrictive, we could provide for that up front in the bylaw, but we did provide for public service messaging. So for instance, if someone, and I'll go back to my example of a billboard in the agricultural area. Right now, the bylaw doesn't allow 100% electronic. So if the request came to council for such a thing, then council could grant that, give that approval on the condition that there was some public messaging, the Amber Alerts, as you mentioned, Remembrance Day for another, those kind of things.
Okay, that's great. Well, I just wanted to make sure that we had it somehow included, because I can see there being great value in that. Even, I mean, if we've got a weather alert or whatever's, I mean, right now we've got COVID, we've got messages of distancing and whatnot. Yeah, and some sign companies have just given the space to us, so which is terrific, which is nice. But it'd be nice if we knew that we get X percent. And I guess the only way to know that best practices is look at what they're doing in other areas, because I know in the U.S. there's areas that's what they do. It's part of the sign arrangement, that they share some of that. So at this point, your recommendation, Alex, is leave it like this until we explore it further about having something specific, because this just seems a little nefarious. I just wondered, what's your thoughts on that?
Well, yes, I'm not sure what other jurisdictions are doing. Oops. And now my iPad went down. But so, you know, for instance, our signs, the messages are allowed to change every 6 seconds. So we could say something like every 10 messages would be a community service announcement, something like that, as opposed to we inserted it as it would just be a condition that we could add to an approval.
Okay, I just wanted to kind of get the discussion out there. So,
Yes.
so that's great. And I'm guessing our sign companies would know, because a lot of them operate outside of Canada, so they probably know what they're doing elsewhere. Because that's where I heard the idea the first time, was from a sign company. They told me that's what they did in other areas. So, okay, is there any other questions or comments of council before I close the public meeting? Okay. The public meeting with respect to the proposed sign bylaw amendment is now concluded. Oh, hold on. My apologies. Yes, Mr. Clerk, what did I miss? Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. I see it. I see it. Council will now hear from anyone. We're echoing. Mute you out over there. Council will now hear from anyone who has registered to speak to the proposed amendments to the bylaw. Mr. Clerk, do we have anyone registered who wishes to speak?
Yes, there is one member of the public, Mr. Jeff Wallace. He's standing by. He is the president of Signature Signs, and he'd like to speak to the matter.
Okay, that's great. Mr. Wallace, are you there?
Yeah, you scared me for a second there, Mr. Mayor and Mr. Clerk. I think things are happening too fast, and Councillor Thompson putting his hand up to pass them. Like, wait a minute. I did a little bit of homework.
Thank you. We'd love to hear your homework, your results.
Yeah, you know, in all fairness, I should start off saying that in working with both Peggy and Alex, you know, over the years, working over the bylaw and discussing back and forth, they've always been, you know, very open and receptive where they could be. So this document's always been the crux of trying to get some common sense put into it and having to execute it. So I'll say that off the top. They've been very helpful when I've needed help. Not to be creative to find solutions for it, but certainly to help clean it up a little bit. I can speak to the whole thing. I don't know if you have the whole bylaw in front of you, but if you want me to keep my points brief tonight, I can certainly do that. I'll just speak to the highlighted red areas, which are the immediate changes. But I do have a bunch of post-it notes that I'm more than happy to send off to Alex afterwards, before this does become a final document, as even more clarification on some of maybe definitions. And I'm still opposed, to be honest, and I'll get into it, the percentages of electronic signs. It's still problematic for permitting, and also variance fees. So although we did say, you know, you could go through staff as a minor variance, the fee structure, it's the highest fee pretty much in the entire province. So that needs to be adjusted. It's not a simple matter. It's an exorbitant fee of over $2,000. So off the hop, I'd like to see that addressed at some point in time. So if you want, the first comment I wanted to make was in regards to the community event signs that you mentioned on page 2 of the bylaw. I'm not sure if you councilors have this whole bylaw in front of them or not. Do they, Your Worship?
The bylaw itself, it's not in front of us under this report. Mr. Clerk, could you help me out here?
There is an appendix attached to the planning report, and I believe that appendix does highlight in red, and Alex could correct me if I'm wrong, all the staff recommended changes.
Yeah, so Mr. Mayor, those are the recommended changes. Mr. Wallace has a copy of the entire bylaw. I don't actually even have it in front of me this evening, but in any event, yes, it's not something that the council has, Mr. Wallace.
Okay, Alex, so I'll keep it fairly brief. I'll just speak to the red points that you have on your appendix document. I didn't read your full agenda tonight, so I apologize. Community event signs. So where you've listed here means a temporary sign that you spoke of that's erected for local charity and community events. They have to put them up, and obviously they have to take them down. The only comment I had was, what about non-local events? So eventually, every once in a while you'll see on weekends signs are getting plopped up all over the city for non-local events. They get left up, and these are companies, like the golf shows, like the gold shows, like the flower companies that come in. They have no business license, and they have no protocols to clean it up. So I wouldn't mind if we could maybe put, it has to be a separate definition in there, but there needs to be something addressed in the bylaw that has to do with non-local and non-charitable signage that tends to go up on weekends. It's a detriment to business. I own a gold store, so that annual gold show that comes in, they have no business license to operate. They're not licensed by the region. When I first started, it was by the regional police. It's just annoying. I know it is for the flower shops, and I know it is for some of the local retailers. So I'm just wondering if we can address that maybe in the next draft of the sign bylaw under this community event signage.
Yeah, thank you for that, Jeff. And you're absolutely right. And I'm just wondering if, I don't know if it's our CAO can help us out here, but where this would be, or Alex, maybe it's you then, because I know I've called it into our bylaw before, and you're exactly right. They'll blow into town, and on a Friday night when we don't have as much municipal presence, they put their signs on every corner, and they have an event that just takes money out of the city and competes against our local businesses and community events. So 100% agree with that. So maybe Mr. Illovich, can you address that?
Well, to your point, Mr. Mayor, yes, our enforcement staff does go out and remove those signs. They're going to be illegal whether or not they're written into the bylaw or not. The community event signs are actually billboard areas, placard areas that the city put up, and then people attach notices to those boards. There used to be one on the little pump house in front of City Hall where and where they just took that pump house down on last week. So we'll have to look for a new location for those postings of signs. But whether the bylaw says out-of-town businesses can't put up signs or not, those out-of-town businesses are going to come to town and put up the signs. But our enforcement staff is authorized to remove those signs, and so they do go out and take them down.
Okay, thank you for that. Mr. Wallace?
Yeah, I mean, I hear you, and I understand that, but I always have an issue with nothing really gets done. It's an over and over situation, pretty much twice a year for one of the businesses that I own, and I know other customers that I've dealt with. They're annoyed by it because obviously your staff may be able to go take signs out, but these people are still able to operate business without a license. That's the crux of it. I know it really has nothing to do with signs, but I'm glad you take them down. So I'll go down to, sorry, I'm just scrolling through my document to see where I have notes that I can speak to. So menu board signs. The only question I had, Alex, is that in regards to menu board signs, that I think we used to call them a ground sign. So they're restricted to 2.4 meters in height ground signs. where, and I'll speak to a little bit later, I think they need to be maximum height of 3 meters, because this will also be relevant to these menu board signs that are a little bit taller. So if you're going to allow a height of 3 meters on a menu board sign, I'd like to see that same adjustment made on ground signs. And I know we'll get to the chart a little bit later on how you figure out heights of signs, but for every other municipality that we've dealt with, ground sign maximum height is 3 meters. Niagara Falls is the only difference at 2.4 meters.
So if council's satisfied with that, I think the 0.3 of a meter, which is what, maybe another foot, and we're talking just about the height, so you can appreciate being in the car, you drive up to a drive-through, and the menu board is going to be somewhere just up above your eyesight. I'm not sure that the ground sign would have too much more impact, and we do restrict where ground signs can be relative to the distance to the front lot line, distance to driveways, and so on. So if council's okay, we can make that modification.
Any comments of council on that point? Do you agree with it? So you can nod, just give me some kind of signal. You guys good with that? Okay. Okay, good. Looks like you got agreement on that one. So that's great. Thank you. You keep going, Mr. Wallace.
Okay, just scrolling through here. So, and again, Alex, I'll send you, I know this is in regards to some of these red highlighted areas, but I have some other points that'll help maybe bolster my position on what I'm saying for the balance of the bylaw, and just some little cleanup notes that I had.
Okay, thank you.
Section 344 of, well, this is not red highlighted, so it's not going to be on your appendix, but I'll send that one to you. I'll stick to red, sorry. It's a big document. On setbacks from lot lines, so section 4.4, Alex. No sign shall be located within 1.5 meters of an adjacent lot, except where the adjacent lot line is a shared wall or structure located on a street corner. I'm just wondering if the same setback applies to fences, because in some cases we need to install signs within that 1.5 meter of a side yard, simply because the side yard is where typically for site plan agreements, the green space is occupied. So instead of taking up a parking spot, and as an example, if you know on Thoroldstone Road, Dr. Tupman's dental office, which is kind of beside the Scotiabank Center there, because of bylaw, we ended up having to move the footing inside the parking lot. A, it caused an obstruction. B, it took up a parking spot. And C, the site plan, I mean, there's barely enough spots there for customers as it is. So I get the intention of the 1.5 meters in an ideal situation, but for the most part, we're not installing these sort of pylon structures in a brand new site plan. We're trying to install them in existing locations. And I think you're going to run into this more often, given the current state of the economy. You're going to have buildings that are going to be split up into multi-tenant situations. So we're going to need a spot to be able to put multi-tenant signage, as opposed to putting out, little portable signs or those sorts of things. And it does bite into what Councillor Thompson said. These electronic signs, that's where they do come in handy. I don't have to build signs as big. I can actually use digital components for part of them. But this setback of 1.5 meters, again, it's ideal if it's a new situation on an adjacent lot. And I get it, because somebody else could put their sign beside it. But honestly, common sense would dictate they wouldn't put a sign right beside somebody else's sign. So it's been a problem to try and get permits. And again, I have to usually go back and apply for a variance, and it's a $2,000 price tag. I mean, unless the price has changed, I'm not aware of that. But it's just been an expense.
Yeah, so there was no proposal to change where pylons are set back from the street, and it's just as I said to council a minute ago when you said message signs should be taller we have them set back so that people, when they're pulling out of parking lots and parking spaces, can see past those signs. So now we're going to make them taller, but you want to have them closer, it sounds like. We were amending the bylaw for basically fascia signs. If you think of Queen Street, for instance, a fascia sign would have to be set in 1.5 meters from each of its adjacent buildings on either side. So it was just a flaw the way the bylaw was written. We weren't adjusting it for the pylon signs that you're suggesting. These were signs where they're on the front of a building and 2 buildings abut each other, or perhaps in the case of the No Frills Plaza on Lundy's Lane, each of those commercial units are owned by separate people, so that in separate businesses. So in fact, one sign couldn't abut the next sign because the bylaw says they have to be 1.5 meters apart. So we were removing that as a detriment to the fascia signs.
Okay, I get you. I misread it. I thought it was relevant to side yard setback, so that's where I had an issue with that. So,
okay.
Down to 4.10, changes to legal non-conforming signs. So the way I read this is I'm going to have to apply for a sign permit to change out a sign face. Is that correct? I'm reading that right?
So our intention was that you, so for instance, if you were to take a sign and you were suddenly going to change it to an electronic message center sign, we would need to know that that is structurally sound to support the sign that you're putting up. So basically, yes, if that was the case, but if all you're doing is changing the plastic in there that used to say, you know, Bob's Restaurant, and now it's going to say, you know, Bill's Restaurant, then that's something that doesn't need a permit. But if you take the sign down in its entirety and put the sign back up, you would need a permit.
Okay. Okay, makes sense. I wanted to speak to pylon signs for Chippewa. So in your chart, you've listed pylon signs as a no. And I think due to the amount of growth in Chippewa residentially, and I know some of the developments there, I see that on the site plan agreements, there's going to be commercial development as well. There's probably going to be an opportunity to maybe build another plaza, or maybe hopefully fix the one up that's on Willoughby Drive. But a pylon sign is a handy advertising tool for these businesses. So I'm just wondering if there's some consideration to change that. I get the intent of it, but I think with the redevelopment of Chippewa and its expansion, that pylon sign should be allowed as long as they meet all the setback requirements and clearance requirements. I don't see why they wouldn't be allowed. I feel like that was put in there to try and stick to, I don't know, whatever the official plan was 20 years ago. I feel like it's just stuck around for 20 years. Is there any opportunity to change that to a yes? I don't have an order in my drawer, by the way. I'm just asking.
Well, what I prefer to do is to take a look at that. It was, as council knows, there are various sign districts. So I already mentioned Lundy's Lane, Ballsview, Clifton Hill. So Chippewa is a sign district. It was largely to reflect more of the village character. And I think they saw at the time in 2008 that pylon signs might impact on the village character. I'd like to take a look at that and then report back as a separate housekeeping bylaw outside of these changes.
Okay, well, again, I'll send you all my little snippet notes because one does speak to another one. So I have another note down here in regards to readograph signs in Chippewa as well. And again, I do have clients where I'm trying to reduce clutter. For example, Foodland in Chippewa, he's got a liquor store, he's got a beer store, he's got multitude of things. There's a hair salon in there. It would be handier to have an electronic message center as opposed to trying to add things to an existing pole. And I realize even if I go through legal non-conforming, you're going to end up having to deal with somewhere down the road. So I just think it's smart if at least addresses, if you have any safety issues, I kind of get that part of it. I still have a problem with the percentages, so I'll speak to that in a second. And definition, I had a question, what is neighborhood commercial?
Sorry, I just had to unmute. So neighborhood commercial would be any of so these are properties that are outside of the sign districts. So that would be a property that would be zoned neighborhood commercial in the zoning bylaw.
So would that be, I don't know, I'm trying to think of an example of a property. So on McLeod Road, right beside Cogeco, there's a little strip plaza there. Is that sort of a neighborhood commercial building?
I don't know about that one specifically, but I could tell you Ryle Street at the corner of Ryle and St. Paul, there's a plaza, there's an Edward Jones in there, and right, so that would be a neighborhood commercial plaza.
Right, so again, I'm wondering why it's a no for pylon.
Yeah, it's probably the fact that it's in the middle of a residential area, and therefore, you know, the light on for the sign high up in the air could be disruptive to some of the residents.
Yeah, so I'm just wondering if I'm into a situation where I'm having to, and I've been a year trying to get a permit for a client, and the last step is that concerned because of an industrial plant that got built, even though the land has been designated such 20 years before the houses were built. They wanted us to provide a photometric study of the signage, which I don't have an issue doing. It'll at least allow me to put a stamp on the property. But I think you have to understand when you're building residential and you have commercial site plan agreements that there's going to be a building going up and they're going to put signage on it. You also have parking lot lighting and the rest of it. I'd really like to see an opportunity to be able to put up a sign. I mean, these people, that's how they advertise. And nowadays, the building is out front, the parking is in the back. So you have to have a sign out front. So I think it's just going to be problematic. St. Catharines is building that way all along 4th Avenue, the west side of 4th Avenue there, where there's a bunch of signs that we put up for Effort Trust. The buildings are right up against the road, and there's buildings that are in behind. So if I don't have an opportunity to put up pylon signs, however you want to define the property, it's going to be problematic moving forward. So I prefer if it was a yes, as long as it meets all those parameters, and if it has to have a photometric study done because of its close proximity, whether it's 60 meters or whatever you decide it has to be, then perhaps that can be part of the permit application. But to arbitrarily just say no, I think it just reduces the ability for people to advertise, not just for me to do signs, but for people to advertise.
Yeah, the purpose of the bylaw is not just to facilitate signs, but it's to protect sensitive land uses. And I would say that's, you know, one of the reasons that neighborhood commercial is specifically identified. So I would, you know, we haven't looked at that. So I would suggest that needs to be part of a second housekeeping bylaw.
Yeah, and as long as you're receptive to it, Alex, I think I'd be okay with that. I mean, I know we've had all these open houses and we talk about things back and forth, but honestly, I wouldn't have an issue if I can't conform to the bylaw 100% and there's something that we've missed in this housekeeping and amendments that we've done. I mean, a $500 variance fee is not killer. A $2,000 variance fee will I'm losing projects. So this is more of the crux of the matter. I mean, it's very difficult to nail things 100%. And to be honest, every municipality has pretty much different rules. The region's rules are really simple. Don't put it on our property and make sure you have the appropriate setbacks that's set off for the municipality. So it's a little bit easier to administer. I realize because we've compartmentalized our city into 5 or 6 different districts, it's just made it so confusing to try and get some permits through with proper approval. So my next point was on ground signs. And I know I think you changed this setback. So 6.1.3, Alex, of the bylaw. for ground signs. That no ground sign shall be located within 30 meters of another ground sign. I don't think that's an issue. But in some cases, we need to put directional signs as well as a ground sign. So whether it's an enter and exit sign for egresses, are they going to fall under that 30-meter separation for directional signs? Are they going to be called a ground sign as well? Do you know?
So no, I think a directional sign is a directional sign. Well, you know, because it has very limited size. You know, you think of the in and out sign at the Brewers Retail.
Yeah, I'm thinking of like, the new Wendy's on Thoroldstone Road. So as long as we can make a proposal to a client that as long as they're simple enter exit signs, they're not going to be considered a ground sign.
Right.
Okay.
Hey, Jeff, I was going to suggest if you've got things there that you're interested in discussing, but that are not on our list, because we only have Appendix 1, we don't have the full bylaw.
Yep.
We just have the 7 pages. Maybe the best thing is if you are able to email it into Alex and maybe CC council on that one, then this way we can all, and you know, you don't have to feel under the gun to go through this right now. I mean, what we can do, we can refer this back to staff to give time for us to deal with this. And then we can just deal with Councillor Thompson. I know he wants to bring a motion afterward, but maybe in this regard, Mr. Herlovich, what's your thoughts on that?
Well, that would be my preference to explore some of these things. We looked at some very specific areas with respect to areas that were of immediate concern, and that was electronic messaging. So he did make those changes with a few other housekeeping amendments. Many of these other things are items that would require a little bit more study, and I'd like a chance to report back.
Okay, well, why don't we just, before we do anything, Councillor Thompson, you wanna ask a question or say something?
No, I don't want to, but why don't we just make the motion for approval of it and include Mr. Wallace's comments to Mr. Herlovich, and that he can come back with us or any changes that they agree that they could do to and change the bylaw.
Okay, well, maybe I'm going to go to the clerk and see procedurally the best way to go about this. So we haven't vetted all of Mr. Wallace's thoughts. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, technically, this item, it's being dealt with as a public meeting, but there's nothing really within the Planning Act that states it has to be a public meeting. So procedurally, if everyone's in agreement, perhaps Mr. Wallace could meet with Mr. Herlovich in the next couple of days to go over in more detail some of his comments. As Councillor Thompson has suggested, we go ahead and approve the changes tonight. But the bylaw is not on the agenda tonight. It could come back with an information report from planning in the next meeting and incorporate some of those changes or explaining further changes to the bylaw at the next meeting.
Okay.
I would agree with
Sure.
that.
Yeah, you're good with that? Okay. Well, then, so I'd have to close the public meeting. Is that right then, Mr. Clerk?
Move we go past 11 o'clock.
So Jeff, just, are you okay with that if we take this approach? Are you comfortable with that?
Yeah, I am, because honestly, some of it, what I'm explaining, it's just probably making your eyes wiggle. I can't see your faces, but it's probably making your eyes wiggle back there. So I have some good illustrations of why. My big crux of it, to be honest, is this percentage of signage that is electronic. I've never agreed with it, and I'll meet with Alex in the next couple of days, no problem. Great suggestion, and hopefully we can hammer out maybe a little bit better of a solution there. But yeah, thank you very much. I'll stop talking, and thanks everybody for letting me speak up, and hope you get through the rest of your agenda quickly, okay?
Yeah, well, we don't know if Councillor Thompson eyes are wiggling. He's got tinted glasses, so I'm not really sure. But, so I've got, so I do have a few people that wanna speak before I close this meeting, but I like that idea, and I'm with you. I like where we're going. I mean, with the electronic signs, that's the way it is. School now has electronic devices. The world's changed, and in the last 10 years, significantly. So I'm going to first start with Councillor Thompson. Did you have anything else, Councillor? So I know that you want to approve.
I think approval of the bylaw with the motion including that Mr. Wallace submit his concerns and ideas, and Mr. Herlovich meet and report back to council.
Okay, well, hold that for a moment because we haven't closed the meeting yet. Councillor Strange?
Yeah, I'll second that as well. I just want to thank Jeff for coming on, and we appreciate his input. And he's one of the experts out there, and I'm sure there's a lot of sign companies that would like a lot more input to this sort of stuff. So I appreciate that Jeff came on, and he's going to be meeting with Alex and have his input on the bylaw. So thank you very much, Jeff.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Did I see another hand? Did I see another hand or no? Okay. All right. I guess I didn't. I'm seeing things. So now, Mr. Clerk, I can end the public meeting. Okay. The public meeting with respect to the proposed sign bylaw amendment is now concluded. I'll take the motion from Councillor Thompson that we approve the report and include Mr. Wallace meeting or sending in all of his information to Mr. Herlovich, and then council will be able to deal with the bylaw when it comes to us in its entirety. Is that right? Do I have that, Mr.
Yes.
Okay. Good. Seconded by Councillor Strange. Yes. Do we have any other comments or questions to the motion? Okay, seeing none, let's call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that is unanimous. Thank you. Thank you. And Mr. Wallace, thank you for being available. And I can hear Elaine laughing in the background, so thank you for her being there too.
You're welcome. Good night, guys.
All right, thank you. Good night. Okay, now we're going to move on to another item, and I'm going to reach to our clerk and ask if he would please introduce the next item on the agenda.
A public meeting is now being convened to consider a proposed amendment to the city's zoning bylaw to permit the construction of a 5-story addition to the existing 2-story hotel on 5769 through to 5781 Victoria Avenue. Notice was given by first-class mail in accordance with the Planning Act on Friday, December 18th, 2020, and by posting a sign on the property in question. Anyone who wants notice of the passing of the zoning bylaw amendment to participate in any site plan process, if applicable, or preserve their opportunity to appeal to the local planning appeal tribunal shall give notice to the city clerk immediately after today's public meeting.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. I now ask our Director of Planning, Mr. Herlovich, to explain the purpose and the reason for the proposed bylaw amendment.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a application by Mr. Romero for 3 properties that he owns in the Victoria Ellen Avenue Magdalene area. So his proposal is to rezone his hotel property to allow a 5-story addition, and then he has this separate property on Ellen and another property on Magdalene where he proposes off-site parking. So we can have the next slide. Yeah, so this actually depicts the 3 parcels in question. So there's an existing 2-story hotel on parcel 1. There's a off-site parking already connected with parcel 1 on shown as number 2, and then a brand new property, parcel 3 on Magdalene, which would serve as off-site parking for the redevelopment of this property as well. So we have the next slide. Yeah, so what we see are on the property right now, there's a small commercial building coming out to Victoria Avenue, and there's a 2-story hotel at the back, and then another one closer to Ellen Avenue. There are actually 2 buildings separated by the driveway and parking area. So those portions of the building would be retained, and the proposal is to build a brand new 5-story addition to the front of the existing hotel. So next slide. So this is across the street, Ellen Avenue. There are 17 off-site parking spaces. That would continue. You did see a letter in your agenda from Mr. Morani. He says that he has an agreement with the owner of this property to occupy 6 parking spaces. And the proposal is that that arrangement would continue. Between the 3 properties, the development will have, I believe it's 97 parking spaces, and they require 92. So there's sufficient space for Mr. Morani to continue his arrangement. So that is not a problem. So the next slide is the property on Magdalen. So Magdalen is on the right side, 2 entrances. We're going to demolish the existing hall from the building, and that will be entirely redeveloped as parking. We're going to retain the existing tourist commercial zone, which allows for parking, and we are recommending that the green areas that you see be installed as the buffers around that parking area. So those are the 3 properties in question. So if you have the next slide. So basically, I've described this already. It's a 5-story addition to a 2-story hotel, and then 2 parcels for off-site parking. They're also looking to recognize the parking stall and aisle sizes on the existing hotel property. They need to adjust the front and rear yard depths. These are for existing buildings that are being retained. There is a limit on floor space for retail stores in the tourist commercial area, and so they're looking to have that increased to 500 square meters. It's slightly over 400 square meters now. They're also looking for the height of 19.6 meters. That's to permit that 5-story addition. And they want a reduction from the number of loading bays, so there'll be 1 loading space for the hotel property. And then, as I mentioned, providing for parking off-site. So next slide. Basically Ellen Avenue is Zone P. That would remain exactly the same. Parcel 3, Magdalen, that would remain TC. We'll provide for the landscaping as part of that. We did have an open house. Nobody attended, but Mr. Morani did express concern about the trash can. That is to be removed. And I already explained the part about the parking. So the next slide. So it complies with the Gateway Economic Zone policies of the province. It complies with the region's official plan. Next slide. Our official plan, this is an area where we allow up to 30 stories. This is going to be a 5-story building. This is a rendering of what that building will look like on Victoria Avenue. So it's a much more attractive building, and it'll be a great integration with the street. The proposal does meet the intent of the built form policies. Next slide. So now we go through that. So basically, it is providing a positive building base on Ellen Avenue. There is an expectation that the public realm, that is the sidewalks and so on, be improved. Those streetscape works have already been completed. Next slide. As well, this building will not impact on the sky view. The proposed hotel addition is set back 1 meter above 5.5 meters in height and another meter after 13.5. So it does provide for articulation across the facade. And then the skyline height, it is a 5-story building. It's considered low rise, and it will not have an impact on any residential areas. Next slide. So again, no impact on the views and vistas from Queen Victoria Park or the American skyline. There was no requirement for a microclimate study since the building is only 5 stories. And we've already addressed the parking situation on the property. And this is the view of the back of the building as you will see it from Ellen Avenue. So next slide. So these are the changes that I've outlined. So there is a setback. The one existing building on the right does come up to the Ellen Avenue street allowance. So that needs to be a special provision. The parking stalls are already existing, and as is the parking aisle. So those would be recognized. And I mentioned the one loading space that's shown on the site plan at the top left. And then they're required, as I said, to provide 92 parking spaces, and they will be provided in a combination of on-site surface, on-site parking garage, and the 2 off-site properties. And then there's a setback for Victoria Avenue. And again, this building would align with the adjacent properties to the left and right. So those are all can be supported. So the next slide. So we did find it's consistent with the provincial policy statement. It's compliant with the city's official plan. The hotel and proposed addition would meet the intent of the design guidelines, and site-specific regulations will be appropriate to guide development. So the next slide. Staff is recommending approval of the zoning bylaw amendment that would allow for the 5-story addition at 5769, 5781 Victoria Avenue, as well as the off-site parking on Ellen and Magdalen, and the site-specific provisions that I outlined. So those are the highlights.
Thank you for that, Mr. Hurlovich. Do we have any questions of council for Mr. Hurlovich? Okay, seeing none, members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting will result in the local planning appeal tribunal dismissing any referral that it receives. Failure to notify the city clerk to preserve their opportunity to appeal will result in staff rejecting an appeal as for section 3419 of the Planning Act. Council will now hear from anyone other than the applicant who wishes to speak to the proposed bylaw amendment. Mr. Clerk, do we have anyone who wishes to speak to this?
Your Worship, there is no one from the public that was registered to speak. We do have associates acting on behalf of the agent from Emilio Ramondo's office online if council has any questions. No one from the public, though.
Okay, thank you for that. Council will now hear from the applicant. The applicant is here. The representative is here. We don't necessarily need to hear from them. Are there any questions of council for the applicant? Okay, Councilor Pietrangelo?
Thanks, Your Worship. I don't have any questions of the applicant's architect, but I think everything has been well covered in the report. When you're ready to close the meeting, I'll be happy to move the recommendation.
Okay. Well, I think if there's no further questions, then the public meeting with respect to the proposed zoning bylaw amendment is now concluded. Councilor Pietrangelo, motions and supports. Councilor Thompson, seconds. Did you want to say something too, Councilor Thompson? Go ahead. Did you want to speak, Councilor Thompson?
Oh, yes. I just have been dealing with this family for the past 25 years. They have, and they indicated in their report how many hotels they have and what they are doing on behalf of the city. I'm delighted to second the motion for this family. Spectacular.
Thank you for that. Any other comments of council? No, and I'd agree. In a former life, when I had my bakery distribution company, I would see Manny Romero out at all the bakeries, setting his buns up on all the counters at all the Camisos and all the chains, along with Tony. Now Tony's running things. So if there are no further questions or comments, we will call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that is unanimous. Thank you very much. With of course, we have a conflict declared by Councillor Carrier. Okay, Mr. Clerk, what are we on to now? I don't know what ones we did. Are we on 6.3? There we go. Okay. So, Mr. Clerk, please introduce the next item on the agenda.
Public meeting is now being convened to consider a proposed amendment to the city's zoning bylaw to recognize the existing 3-unit dwelling on the property at 4457 Ferguson Street. Notice was given by first class mail in accordance with the Planning Act on Friday, December 18th, 2020, and by posting a sign on the property in question. Anyone who wants notice of the passing of the zoning bylaw amendment to participate in any site plan process, if applicable, or preserve their opportunity to appeal to the local planning appeal tribunal shall give notice to the city clerk immediately after today's public meeting.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. I now ask our Director of Planning, Mr. Hurlovich, to explain the purpose and reason for the proposed bylaw amendment.
Thank you, Worship. This property is an existing structure on the corner of Ferguson and Hickson Street in the Glenview area of the city. It's surrounded by single detached dwellings to the west, north, and east, and there is a industrial use to the south of this property. Go to the next slide. So the application is for this existing building that's existed there since 1921. Looking to recognize the 3-unit use of this building, and they are applying for an R3 zone. They do need a special provision for the lot area. They need a special provision for the side lot yard, which is 0. They need a special provision for the front yard depth and for the lot frontage, which are undersized from that R3 zone. They are proposing 3 parking spaces which do comply with the zoning bylaw. The building does have an encroachment onto the city's road allowance. That's within that oval area. So there's a set of steps near the bottom, another set of steps further down right there. And the building encroaches slightly, so they will need an encroachment agreement with the city. So the next slide. The property is currently zoned R2. It's been used for 3 units for a couple of decades, and they just wish to recognize it. They have applied for the R3 zone, which permits up to 3 units. It doesn't meet the definition of a triplex, so it will be called a 3-unit dwelling for the purposes of this. We did have a neighborhood meeting in November. No one attended, nor have we received any written submissions. Next slide. It does comply with the provincial policy statement. It does conform with the region's official plan. And here you can see a picture of the building. It's basically a 2-story brick house with an addition out the front, which at one time was used as a barber shop. And no one knows exactly when that barber shop was then converted into a 3rd dwelling unit. And so this is what we're recognizing. There are 2 parking spaces to the left of that building, and then there's another parking space off of Hickson at the back of the building. Next slide. So the official plan designates the property residential, does comply with the official plan. They're requesting an R3 zone. I mentioned the lot frontage, front yard setback, exterior side yard, and parking provisions that they're looking for, site specific. I mentioned the building was built in 1921, and they do have the 3 complying parking spaces, and they will need an encroachment agreement. So we'll be looking for that encroachment agreement prior to bringing the bylaw back to council. Next slide. So we find that it does conform with the provincial and regional policies, complies with the city's official plan, and it will recognize a use that has established for a long time and has achieved a degree of compatibility. So next slide. Staff is recommending the passage of the bylaw, and that prior to the passage of the bylaw, the applicant enter into an encroachment agreement with the city. Those are the highlights.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hurlovich. Do we have any questions of council for Mr. Hurlovich? Okay, seeing none, members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting will result in the local local planning appeal tribunal dismissing any referral that it receives. Failure to notify the city clerk to preserve their opportunity to appeal will result in staff rejecting an appeal as per section 3419 of the Planning Act. Council will now hear from anyone. I'm sorry. So is there anybody, Mr. Clerk? Yes? Okay.
Yes, Your Worship, we do have one member of the public, Michael, forgive me if I pronounce the last name wrong, Abizura. He's a resident standing by and wishes to speak.
Oh, Michael, are you there? Or is it Mitchell?
Do you hear me?
Yes, we hear you now.
Yes, I'm satisfied with whatever it was said, and if we can go ahead with to be zoned as a R3, we will be really happy. It was used as a I believe as a grandfather. Well, I don't know how to say that, but before we bought it, it used to be rented as a 3 unit, but then we found out that it wasn't legal, and we stopped, and we decided to proceed with turning it legally into an R3. So if we can go ahead with that, we're satisfied.
Okay, thank you. So you're satisfied. Okay, thank you for that. And is it Mitchell? Is that how you say it?
Yeah, it's Michelle. Yeah.
Michelle. Okay, thank you very much for that.
You're welcome.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Clerk, is there anyone else? No? Okay, thank you for that. There is nobody else. So council will now hear from anyone other. Okay, we already did that. Council will now hear from the applicant or his or her representatives. Is Rena Faturi here? They're on the line? Yeah, we don't hear you. I'm not sure if you hear me, but we do not hear you. Maybe you have your mute button on.
Hello, do you hear me now?
Yes, we do hear you. Yes, thank you. Welcome to the meeting.
Thank you.
So was there anything that you wanted to present to council?
No, I think that everything seems satisfactory. Michelle, who is my partner, expressed what we want to do.
Okay, good. So, all right, we just got our wires crossed on our end. That's great. So you're both.
Oh.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. That's very helpful. Are there any questions of council for the proponents? Okay, seeing none, the public meeting with respect to the proposed zoning bylaw amendment is now concluded. Councillor Thompson.
Motion.
I'll second that, Your Worship.
Motion by Councillor Thompson, second by Councillor Pietrangelo, that the recommendations be approved. If there's no further discussion to that motion, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. Thank you very much, and thank you to Michelle and to Rena. I guess they're muted out again. Okay, so, Mr. Clerk, help me know where we're going to now. Are we at consent? Or? Okay, consent. All right. Consent number 8. Okay, got it. Okay. Folks, we are at the consent agenda. So, first item is the monthly tax receivables report. Looking for a motion. Motion by Councillor Carrio. Councillor Lococo? Yes, did you want to speak to it, Councillor Lococo?
Sorry, I thought you were going to approve the whole consent agenda unless we pulled something.
Oh, I like where you're going. Is that your motion, Councillor?
Well, isn't that what we normally do?
Yes, we usually do, but tonight.
Okay, I would like to pull something.
Okay. Which one would you like to pull?
I would like to pull MW 2021-14, the FedDev application, please.
14 FedDev. Okay, good. Does anyone else want to pull any other items? Councillor Carrio. You're muted.
I just want to speak a little bit about 9.1. the one about the vaccine, Your Worship.
Okay, 9.1. 9.1? Oh, that's communications. We're doing consent agenda.
Oh, wait, sorry. Yep, sorry.
Okay, no problem. I saw another hand. I'm sorry. Did anyone want anything else? Yes, Councillor Pietrangelo.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. The FedDev application, I have MW 2021-04. Is that the same one? Because I had a question on that one.
It's
that's
04.
that's the
04.
tourist area connection and transportation study?
Yeah. Is that the one you meant, Councillor Lococo, 04?
I just had a question on that, Your Worship. It's probably the same one.
Yes, sorry, I guess I got my numbers mixed up.
Yep. No, we're all good. Okay. So why don't we deal with that one first, and then we can do everything all in one swoop. Maybe that'll be easier for tonight. So, Councillor Lococo, you have the floor first on MW 2021-04, which is the FedDev grant application.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've been speaking with our Director of Municipal Works, Mr. Nickel, and I let him know that I wanted to pull this, and if he could give a brief explanation about what it was. I think it's important for our residents to understand what it is. It is a very good news story that we got it, and then I had a couple of comments after either Mr. Nickel or Mr. Felicetti from our business development.
Sounds great. Mr. Nickel, are you standing by? Oh, Mr. Felicetti, did you guys want to arm wrestle over who would talk about whoever want? I know, Serge, you were heavily involved in this, obviously, and then you're going to work in tandem with Mr. Nickel. Did you want to start off first, Serge, and introduce it and give us a little bit of a overview?
Sure. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So at the end of last year, FedDev released a program looking for expressions of interest for tourism-related projects, and so we have set up through COVID a tourism task force, and so we took that opportunity to the task force and got their input, and that's what they came up with. They felt that it would be great to develop a master plan, transportation connectivity master plan in the core to link obviously the various tourism assets, the districts, and improve obviously enhance the situation for visitors and also help drive additional economic development. So looking at pedestrian connections between the two casinos through the Parks Commission. So it's going to look at a series of those opportunities. And so we applied based on that input, and we were successful in securing the funds.
That's great. So before we move on to Mr. Nickel, Councillor Lococo, did you have any questions for Councillor Felicetti?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, I'll wait until Mr. Nickel has finished his presentation. Thank you.
Okay, sounds good. Mr. Nickel, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't have a lot more to add to what Mr. Felicetti said. We expect that Municipal Works and our transportation staff are here to provide the solutions and facilitate moving this study forward and meeting the objectives that FedDev has approved in the study. So the report is here in front of you today to introduce it and also to cover off some of the administrative things that we need to do to make sure that we can expedite this project. The first thing we need to do is to enter into that agreement with FedDev for the transfer of their payment, and we're asking for that authority to be delegated to staff, as it's typically done when a project is already approved in the budget. And we're foreseeing that in order to facilitate quick progress on the project, we need to bring in a project management firm. Our staff are busy with delivering the capital works programs that are already planned in our operational programs. So bringing in a project management firm can scope this, and they can manage another consultant who will be delivering the main core of the study. So we're asking council to approve that approach, and in doing that, provide staff with the ability to make those procurements following the new procurement bylaw. And so as if this was a pre-approved or approved project in the budget, we need your authority to move it forward as if it was something that had been approved and as if it had city dollars attached to it, although it has 100% FedDev dollars for the study. The deadlines are tight. We need it in the hands of FedDev by March of 2022, which means we need to get started on this as soon as possible. And we're already making calls to scope it and get the project started once council's dealt with this report. That's my comments, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councilor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Nicol and Mr. Felicetti. You brought up some of the things I wanted to talk about. I think it's really important that we let our residents know that this was a tourism-related program, because some people are saying, oh, $800,000 has come in. Why is it going to the tourism industry? It's really important that people know it was specifically a tourism grant. So I'm glad that you brought that up. And I think it's really important that residents understand the benefits of this, because not only will it benefit the visitors that come to Niagara Falls, it's also going to benefit the residents, because if we have a transportation strategy, it will benefit us all, not just our visitors. So that was an important point I wanted to bring up. And I had two questions. I know Mr. Nicol just brought up about the execution of the agreement. Since it is a FedDev agreement, in the past, have we had staff sign and execute the agreement, or is this something new?
Actually, in the recommendation, in terms of the contribution agreement, we're asking the mayor and clerk to execute the contribution agreement.
Okay, and the other one is about sole sourcing. How often do we use sole sourcing? I understand it's very tight timelines, but how often do we go to sole sourcing instead of our normal procedure of bidding and that sort of thing?
So I can speak to that through you, Mr. Mayor. The city has a consultant selection policy. So for fees under $100,000, we always sole source our consultants for engineering related assignments. So that has streamlined, even before I came here, that process has really streamlined our ability to get projects started and often designed and constructed in the same budget year. And that'll be in a very efficient way for us to kick this project off.
Okay, thank you. And the final question, Mr. Nicol, you said that the project was already budgeted in our budget for it, but now we're getting $800,000 for the FedDev grant. Does that mean we have $800,000 that is being put back into other projects? How does that work?
And thanks, Councillor. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think that maybe I can clarify those comments. We don't have these dollars. We never budgeted these dollars. But our policies for procurement are based on projects that council has already approved. So what I'm asking for you to do is consider this as a project that you've approved, and we'll apply our procurement policies and procedures to this project. Because it doesn't have a placeholder in our budget until you deal with this now, or until we sign that contribution agreement, we can't start to follow through with these procurements. So from an administrative point of view, I'm just asking that you recognize this as a new project, 100% funding from another source, and then we can, the auditors from FedDev can be assured that we're following council's approved process in delivering the project.
Okay, thank you very much for all of the answers, Mr. Nicol and Mr. Felicetti.
Thank you. Councillor Pietrangelo, you had some questions too on this.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. I did. And I read in the report that there is a task force that has been put together to, I guess, look after the project. And I also read in the report that the BIAs are going to act as a liaison to the project. I just wanted to ask, you know, for clarification on what staff are deeming as a liaison, because I know the BIAs would actually like a voice to be present in the project from their perspective, as opposed to, I guess, being updated on information as they go along. They just want to make sure that their voices are going to be considered when the overall plan is being put together, Your Worship.
Thank you for that. Councillor, or Mr. Felicetti?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Yes, we're actually going to form it, maybe change it a little bit more to a steering committee and a working committee, and we'll include the BIA as part of the process. So as the project moves forward, they're going to be totally involved with this process, with the master plan.
And can I just clarify, Your Worship, which BIAs that would be?
We're looking at Lundy's Lane, Falls View, Vic Center, Clifton Hill
Okay.
at this point in time.
Okay. Thanks, Your Worship. Appreciate that.
See, if we change that though to a steering committee, then Councillor Pietrangelo can't say liaison, where he says such a French accent.
Okay, Mitchell.
Good one, touche. Okay, so now I have no, oh yeah, okay, how about a motion to move the, oh, you've got a comment, Councillor Dabrowski?
I just wanted to clarify, Mr. Fellow said he did mention Victoria Center BIA, correct?
Mr. Felicetti, you still there? Oh, there you go.
That's correct, yes, through Your Worship.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, so Councillor Lococo, did you want to move the consent agenda?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Seconded by Councillor Pietrangelo. Your hand's kind of disappearing into your background and then it appears again. That was kind of funny. Okay, so if there's no further comments, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved unanimously. Thank you for that. And so now we are going to communications. And now, so we'll go through each one of these and then I know, so we'll go one by one. So the first one, I know Councillor Carrier, you want to comment 9.1, the physician's letter regarding the Moderna vaccine.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. We are being asked by the healthcare professionals and Dr. Hergy to advocate for our region to see if we can't put some pressure on the government to make sure that our region gets their fair share of doses for our people in long-term care and our at-risk people, as well as our healthcare workers and healthcare professionals. So, Your Worship, you seem to be very good at that. Maybe we could come up with a way that we could somehow push the government to try and see what else could be done to help us get our fair share. The other thought I had was, now that it looks like tomorrow we are going to see a new and maybe more Canada-friendly leader elected in the United States. When the old leader was there, I watched in dismay as he said that no vaccines would go out of his country to any of his neighbors or friends before they are used in the States. But I wonder if our government now would be taking the approach that tomorrow there's a new leader who I hope and believe will be more friendly towards his allies and friends than the last leader was, and that maybe we might reach out to them. And if there's vaccines from either one of the approved companies that may not be able to be used as quickly in the States, or they may have some that could be diverted that the old president said couldn't be diverted, maybe we could get some of those sent into Canada, which wasn't possible before.
So yes, just to give you a little context too, Councillor, you're exactly right. Everything's changing and everything has changed. The one part, I don't know why it's not in here. There should have been a letter uploaded, but I just refreshed, it wasn't there. So all the mayors of the 12 local area municipalities, along with the chair, we sent a letter supporting what all the doctors and Dr. Hergy have been saying all along, demanding that we get our fair share of the vaccine. So I know there's twofold issues. There's one issue, how many are we getting as a country? And then the second issue is how many are we getting as a region from the province? So yes, Mr. Clerk, did you want to jump in on that? Oh, okay. It's at item 9.12. I'm sorry. I thought it was going to be under this 9.1. So it was added as item 9.12. So we have done that to start. And definitely, we're going to do everything within our control. And, you know, I was texting some members of provincial parliament tonight, and we're all over this. And believe me, although we understood the rationale was they brought the vaccines first into the gray zones, we were not a gray zone. But then we made the argument that we were one of the oldest demographics in the country, not just the province, here in Niagara. So we said we should have been treated like a gray zone. For whatever reason, we weren't. So we're making lots of noise to advocate for all of our citizens, especially the vulnerable, because as you know, I said earlier tonight, 80% of all the deaths in Niagara, and this is pretty much national, happen in long-term and retirement homes. So we need to get them immediately because they're the most vulnerable. And then, of course, all the frontline workers, including those that work in those homes and the senior citizens. We get them taken care of, we're in a much, much, much better place. And if they can do it in Florida for everybody that's a senior, you know, even Canadians, and they can do that in January, then sure as heck, we should be too. And you're exactly right. Because I know the former president was making sure it was first me and then thee, and looks like there'll be a more equitable approach. So we will do absolutely everything. And I mean, if you guys feel you want to put a resolution to add your fuel to the fire, by all means, all you.
Well, they're asking us, Your Worship, so I don't think it would hurt for our council to add to the voice of the mayors and say, yes, we support, you know, our doctors and our health department as well. And you'll do everything that you can do to help as well. I would so move.
Okay, motion by Councillor Carrio, second by Councillor Campbell, that we send a letter of support for what all the doctors are trying to do here. And I will point out, it's very nice to see that Public Health and Niagara Health are working together. Before they were kind of doing more of their own thing, it would seem, but they are definitely working together because that's the best way to move forward. So everybody together rowing the boat in the same direction. So we've got the motion by Councillor Carrio, seconded by Councillor Campbell. If there's no discussion to the motion, we'll call that vote. All those in favor? Okay, thank you. That's unanimous. Thank you for that. Let me see here now. So that'll deal with 9.1. Okay, so we move on to item 9.2. We have resolutions from the City of St. Catharines.
Move the resolutions, Your Worship.
Okay.
I'll move the resolutions.
Pardon me?
I'll move the resolutions. I'll move that we support the resolutions.
Okay, so motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Thompson, that we support the resolutions. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. Thank you, unanimous. Item 9.3, correspondence from Van Niagara, sign location. Councillor Thompson.
Yeah, I have been working on this for over a year. Certainly the mayor and Selena Opati were very instrumental in getting the extension of Thurlstone Road approved, and the council all in favor of it, and for the GO train and for all the activity that's going to be happening with the new bus station and everything happening. Anyway, I got in touch with the regional person who was looking after the project, and he said, can you introduce me the people who have the Kimberly Clark? And I set up a meeting, and they agreed to negotiate with the region to have a roundabout circle at Bridge Street and Victoria, similar to what they have out on Thurlstone Road. Anyway, they, that's probably Lundy's Lane. Anyway, when we started working on it, Larry Van, who is a billboard there, he's in the sign business, and it's been there for years. And the billboard has to be taken out of there if we're going to put in the roundabout and make sure that that this project goes through with the extension of Thurlstone Road. And anyway, he came back and said, I will move it, but you know, you have restrictions on putting up new signs, but I'll take this one down, and I already have approval from the Walker Industry people on Thorstone Road, right out on the north side of Thorstone Road, just before the underpass for the canal. And he has approval and wants to put up a electronic sign. And so I would like to make a motion that he remove the sign in an agreement with the people at Kimberly Clark, and he be approved for the sign. There's two other new signs by by Patterson on the other side. So there are no residential houses around the area. So it's not a problem. And I went out and looked at it many times. So I would like to make a motion that they remove the sign for the roundabout and that he given permission according to the new bylaw for the sign out at the Walker Industries, and that this be referred to staff to work out all the details, but the approvals are there. So moved.
Okay, so I've got a motion by Councillor Thompson, and I'm going to get Mr. Hurlovich to weigh in. Do we have a second for that first, by the way? Just so, yep, we've Councillor Dabrowski. Okay, so Mr. Hurlovich, can you weigh in on this, please?
Well, I was waving my hand, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. Partially because we do have a process, and I wanted to make sure the council was aware of that. So the fact that Councillor Thompson has said refer back to staff, and we can bring a report to council. Normally, we would notify everybody within 400 feet of a property where a change in the sign bylaw was to occur. So I would like to make sure that there are no issues with respect to that, and that we do follow the procedures in the bylaw.
What would be the problem with putting a sign? They get them on same ones across the road on the Walker industrial property, and no houses in the area.
Yeah, so I acknowledge what the councillor is saying, but we do have a process in the bylaw. I just want to make sure that we do follow the process. Agricultural areas do allow billboards, but they don't allow 100% electronic. So that's the part the council would have to agree with, which I believe is what the councillor is saying. But
I think this is industrial property.
Well, it's actually zoned agriculture. It's owned by Walkers. I believe it's actually between Garner and Beechwood.
Well, why don't we just go forward? We'll refer this to staff, then we'll have actual maps and we can check all that. So we've got a motion by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Dabrowski, with that sign relocation request to go to council. Councillor Pietrangelo, or to go to staff, sorry, Councillor Pietrangelo.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. I just had a question, perhaps through you to Mr. Hurlovich. Mr. Hurlovich, if someone is taking down a sign because of the project that's been described, is there a problem with moving the sign to a different location? Like, would that be their right in order, like, just to move? It should be their right, I should say, to take that sign and then to move it to a different location. Is it only a matter of going through the process that we have in our bylaws? Is that why you're asking it to be referred to staff?
So the sign would have to comply with the bylaw, which it does. They've made sure that they're, I think it's a distance of 300 meters. They have to be separated from the signs that Councillor Thompson mentioned. So they have selected a location that would meet the bylaw requirements. But we do have to ensure that they agree to take down the existing sign, that they don't accept.
They've already agreed to that.
All right, I'm just saying. And so we'll put that in the report. We'll bring it back to council. I think that's the direction of council. We'll go ahead with it.
So staff don't really have an issue with the sign being relocated. It's more just let's go through the bylaw that's in place.
Basically, yes, they're allowed in the agricultural area.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Okay, seeing none, let's call the vote. All those in favor? And that is unanimous. Thank you for that. 9.4, Town of Pelham, resolution asking for support for the 988.
I would move support of the resolution for the crisis line, Your Worship.
Moved by Councilor Pietrangelo, second by Councilor Lococo. Is there any discussion to this motion? Okay, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. Thank you. Item 9.5, various regional correspondence. Looking for a motion to receive.
Receive.
Councilor Kerrio moved to receive, second by Councilor Thompson. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. Thank you. Item 9.6, Victoria Center BIA letter to council regarding financial comments. Looking for council's consideration.
Your Worship, should this be referred to staff? I mean, can we have a comment from Ms. Clark at all, or should we just refer it to staff? That's what I'm wondering, because I don't know. I mean, I'd like to support, but I don't know where the money would at this point come from. So perhaps
Yeah, sure. Ms. Clark?
Mr. Mayor, I did include a memo on the agenda about it. So this is similar to the request that Fallsview BIA asked for 2020 in its forgiveness of their
Just a minute. I'm the chairman of Fallsview BIA. Fallsview BIA let Fallsview off with $1 million for the convention center for this year because of the pandemic, and they approved that, and so has the city. The Victoria Center, they paid their $100,000 towards the convention center this year, but the Fallsview BIA said, okay, next year you don't have to pay, and that was accepted also by the convention center. So everybody has approved it. So it's because of the pandemic and how it's affected all the BIAs. So everybody, Fallsview and the conventions center approved all of it. And they have to get the city's final approval because the city owns the convention center.
Your Worship, I'd be happy to move the recommendation.
Okay. Motion by Councilor Pietrangelo, second by Councilor Dabrowski. Councilor Lococo, you'd like to speak to it?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just had a question. So this money's not coming to the city at all. We're just approving it and changing the agreement. The money doesn't come in the city. The money doesn't go out. It's specifically between the BIA and the Scotiabank Convention Center. Is that correct?
That is
to the convention center. Yeah.
Ms. Clark?
Yes, that is correct. And there is a letter of support from the convention center that they have approved this as well.
That's what I thought. I just wanted to make sure that people understood it wasn't money that the city was forgiving. We're just approving it and helping with the agreement. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments of council? Okay, seeing none, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved with conflict with Councilor Kerrio. Item 9.7, Housing Directions Strategy Study. And we are looking, I know there's a recommendation that council appoint Councilors Dabrowski, Campbell, and Lococo to the Technical Advisory Committee to serve as council representatives. Councilor Kerrio? You're muted. You're muted, Councillor Carey.
I would move that we appoint the young guy, the old guy, and the woman.
Oh, that's.
We needed a good laugh tonight.
Yeah, that was good. Do we have yes, Councillor Thompson, the old guy.
Not the other old guy, I mean.
Oh, okay, so we've got a motion, we got second. Any discussion to the motion? Okay, all those in favor? All right, that's unanimous. Thank you. That was good.
I just want to make sure that it's me and not Thompson.
I'm not going there. Put myself into more trouble. Okay, item 9.8, flag raising request from Bell Let's Talk.
So moved, Your Worship.
Motion
So
by
moved.
Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Campbell, that Thursday, January the 28th, that we call it Bell Let's Talk Day in our community. We'll be raising the Bell Let's Talk flag, and it's a visible reminder to members of the community that mental health matters and that help is available. So we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you for that. 9.9, Team Riker, lifting Riker's spirits. They're looking for a flag
So
raise
moved, Your Worship.
and a fire truck escort.
Yes.
Okay.
So moved.
Motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Carrio. Yes, okay. Any discussion to the motion? Okay, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, that's approved unanimously again. Thank you. Item 9.10, census of population. There's a whoops, I don't know what just happened here. What just happened? I don't know, something opened up when I went to the census page. I don't know how to get back. I might need a little bit of help here.
Upper left-hand corner.
Upper left? Okay, I'm gonna let him he's so close. Where do I go next? Oh, there we go. Okay, thank you. We're good, thank you. Well, here's the guy here's the guy who's got his phone sideways. He's gonna tell me what to do. Okay, so motion by Councillor Carrio, seconded by Councillor Dabrowski, that the council supports the 2021 census and encourages all residents to complete their census questionnaire online at census.gc.ca. Councillor Coco?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a conflict. It's my employer.
Oh, okay, got it. So we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous with Councillor Coco declaring a conflict. Item 9.11, proclamation request, international.
Move the request, Your Worship.
Okay, motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Strange, that the city declare International Child Adolescent Cancer Day and illumination request. They're asking that February the 15th, that's of this year, that the falls be lit up gold. And we've got the motion, we've got the second. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you for that. Item 9.12, communication from heads of council, and that's the one we spoke of earlier. That's a letter that you should have all seen that came from all the local area mayors in the chair supporting our place with vaccines. So maybe we can just accept this as information.
Receive and support, Your Worship.
Okay, motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, receive and support, second by Councillor Dabrowski. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you for that. So do we go to bylaws now, Mr. Clerk? Oh, no? Yes, Mr. Clerk?
Yeah. So I just want to point out before we get a motion for the bylaws that due to some deferrals earlier on the agenda tonight, that bylaw 2021-13, which is a bylaw to establish the administrative penalties respecting parking, that be also deferred to the next meeting. Therefore, the numbering would be 2021-01, and the ratification bylaw, the confirmation bylaw, now be numbered 2021-13.
First, second, and third, Your Worship.
Motion by Councillor Pietrangelo to give the bylaws a first, second, and third reading, seconded by Councillor Dabrowski. You got to turn your, sorry. Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. For 2021-4, the procurement bylaw, I was opposed to the report, so I guess I will be opposed to this one as well.
Okay.
Thank
so,
you.
Okay, so we'll call, so why don't we do it, we'll do them all right now except for the procurement bylaw. Or how do we do that? What's the best way to do that, Mr. Clerk? Okay. So we're going to vote for them and we're going to make note that you're opposed to the procurement bylaw, according to the clerk. Okay, so let's call the vote for the bylaws. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous with the exception of Councillor Lococo being opposed to the procurement bylaw. Okay, so we're ready for new business, Mr. Clerk? All right, good. Woo! What a day today. I feel like Captain Kirk on the USS Enterprise here. I've got all my screens, I've got everything going on, and I'm ready to hit the phasers, Scotty. Give her all she's got. Okay, Councillor Carrio and then Lococo.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just wondering whether or not I've had some people ask me about photo radar and if there's anything happening with photo radar for our municipality in areas where the people might be speeding, and if there's anything you could tell us yet or not yet.
Well, I'll tell you what, I can. I'd rather, let's see if Mr. Nickel, if he's available. Mr. Nickel, can you give us anything from your end? I mean, I know we voted on at the region, but I thought you might have better insight.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't have a whole lot to offer. The region is packaging up their Vision Zero policies, which impact some municipal intersections and streets. I do believe they want to come in and present to council, and it may even be as early as next council meeting, February 9th. The first rollout would be red light camera at intersections, and then following that would be automated speed enforcement. So we're still waiting to hear a bit more about how that's going to roll out from the regional side, and if there's any trickle down to the local municipalities.
Okay, thank you.
That's great, Eric. Thank you for that. And the only thing I'd add is, see, originally the proposal, the recommendation from staff was that 100% of the revenues stay at the region, and then we ended up amending that, and we approved it, that it would be shared after expenses would be shared 50-50 with the municipalities.
Oh, that's great news.
Yeah, so because we got some preliminary numbers, what they're doing in Hamilton, and the number, they raise millions.
Yeah, that's why.
So, yeah. Oh, they go like, yeah, like 2 cameras or like a strobe light going off, and they have signs telling people that this is a photo radar intersection, but I don't know. They just seem to drive like it doesn't matter. So
they said it's a license to print money.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
We need.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, we do for sure. So thank you for that, Councillor Carrio, and thanks for that, Mr. Nickel. So I've got Councillor Lococo, then Peter Angelo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have 3 quick things. I know that there was talk about extra garbage in our city because of the region and going to every other week. I was wondering, do we actually have some stats on how much staff time, how much physical garbage, and how much it's costing us as a city to pick up the extra garbage that people are putting in our city receptacles or are dumping?
That's a great question. We'll call on Mr. Nickel again. Look, he knew already. He was already zooming in. Mr. Nickel.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. We do keep track, although this year is a really difficult year for us to benchmark anything. We know that a lot of residents have been enjoying some of the actually milder winter weather, and therefore a lot of the dumping that we've seen has been in, in curbside trash cans in the tourist areas, or along parks receptacles that are there for people, to throw their coffee cup or something. So it's tricky for us to really put any gauge on that. We are tracking it. We have a lot of resources in the winter ready to deal with winter weather. So those resources are keeping the city as tidy as they can be. And we also track it with the region's legal dumping task force. So we're hoping that after a few more months of data collection, the region will be sharing that task force statistics with us, and we can get a sense of where the hot spots are and what the outcomes are, and how the municipality might be able to switch gears a bit to make sure that we're not spending a great deal of resources on that illegal dumping issue.
Okay, thank you. The
Thank
other
you.
item I had was buses on Queen Street. Some residents would like to know when the buses will be resuming on Queen Street since it's open again.
Okay, so maybe we could get, who's going to address this one? Carlos, are you there, Carla? Stout? Looks like you have a bunch of rocks behind you. Be careful. We can't hear you, Carla. No, we can't hear her. It's funny, you're not muted, but we can't hear you. Nope, can't hear. Yeah. Do you have your headphones plugged in? Are your headphones plugged in? Maybe it's going to the headphones? No? Okay. Who else could answer, unless you want to write on a board? Oh, yeah.
Maybe is there a phone number she can call into from her cell phone, maybe, that can patch in the audio?
Good thinking. Good thinking. It's in the appointment, Carla. If you look in the appointment, there should be a phone number you could call in on. Good thinking, Chris.
I read her lips. She said okay, so I think pretty sure she's on it.
You're like a spy.
It was a suggestion that I sent in about requesting some text across the screen for residents when they're watching City Council so they know what item we were on. And I know we spoke with the clerk and he said in the new year, we're not looking at the screen of what the residents are seeing. So I'm wondering, is there text on what the residents are seeing?
Mr. Clerk, did you want to, I'll mute out.
Well, as you know, Councillor Lococo, tonight's meeting is a little bit different than what we've ever experienced before. We do have the services of WeStream, and I believe that Kevin with WeStream is doing his best to make sure that the residents at home know that what items we're on now. I think when I spoke about doing this in the future, it was more when we're under the pretense of having a regular council meeting when things are a little bit back to normal. So that is on our radar, and we'll do our best to make sure that residents at home understand what item we're on.
Okay, thank you. That was all. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, we're just going to wait to see if Carla's here. Carla, are you here? She's not here?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we hear you great, Carla. Awesome.
Okay, great. Just through you to the councilor's question about Queen Street, that should be very, very quick. What I understand is over this past weekend, there was some cleanup of some event paraphernalia still on the road that we were not willing to navigate through. So I'm just waiting for the go-ahead from transportation. Once we get that, we should have buses back on Queen Street and North Park very quickly.
Thank you very much, Councillor Coco.
Thank you.
Okay, that's great. Thank you very much. Councillor Pietrangelo, then Campbell.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. And just to follow up on Councillor Lococo's question about Queen Street, we did get a couple emails in terms of the street closure. Is that what Ms. Stout just addressed, or was it something different?
Why don't we get Councillor Dabrowski? You're on the downtown BIA. Did you want to just?
Yeah, I can chime in. Councillor Pietrangelo, I didn't fully understand the question. Could you repeat it or rephrase it? Sorry.
Yeah, sure. We got a couple emails this week in regards to Queen Street being closed and some of the businesses that were, I guess, asking for it to be open. Was that in relation to what Councillor Lococo just addressed about the buses not being able to go fully through?
Yeah,
and then Ms. Stout said that was going to be rectified, I guess, this week.
Absolutely. So you hit the nail on the head. So as of Sunday evening into Monday morning, the barricades were taken out. The The holiday cabins that were placed on Queen Street were also removed. Ms. Stout had mentioned some paraphernalia on the road. I'm not exactly sure what she was referring to, but I can do a quick follow-up with the BIA, as I'm one of the reps, along with Councillor Campbell, to make sure that the street's clean and ready to go for transportation. So as Ms. Stout alluded to, I suspect we'll have buses running on Queen Street either tomorrow or later this week, but it was in relation to the holiday festivities that were taking place on Queen Street up until the provincial stay-at-home order, where they weren't allowed to run any further. So yeah, I assume it will be fixed and cleaned up this week, but I do know that there were some concerns from some businesses in relation to those log cabins and the barricades, but they have since been removed on as of yesterday afternoon.
Okay, thanks very much. My next item, Your Worship, I had a question, I guess through you, to our City Clerk, Mr. Matson, and I was wondering if the Mayor's Accessibility Advisory Committee is still operating right now.
Mr. Matson?
Yeah, through the mayor, that committee is run through our HR department. I'm not sure if Trent is still on the line, that he could offer a comment. I know that Jason McLean is the staff representative on that committee.
Okay, I just wasn't sure, Your Worship. Like, I had something that I thought I could pass over to them. There's a corner that really doesn't, the curb doesn't have a step down. And I thought it was something good for them to follow up on, since all the other ones did. So can I send that email to Mr. Matson, and then he can get it over to the advisory committee? Or is it best to just send it to Mr. Nickel and say, this has to get done from an accessibility point of view? They're regional roads too, Your Worship. So that's why I wasn't sure where to send it to.
Bill's suggesting both.
Okay, so send an email to Bill and to Mr. Nickel.
Yep.
Okay, I'll do that, Your Worship. And then my last item, Your Worship, I think it was about maybe a month and a half ago, when Councillor Strange had brought up recognizing a couple individuals in the city that had passed on, namely Alex Louie and Julianne Misk. You know, that led to some discussions that we had, Your Worship. You were a major part of it, and we really appreciate your insight as well. That led to more discussions then with staff. And then those discussions ultimately led to us meeting recently via Zoom with the gentleman from the Stamford Center Volunteer Firemen's Association. And so, Your Worship, what I wanted to mention to council was, instead of recognizing Alex and Julianne, the thought that we had come up with was that we would create a trail or a garden or a space that would recognize any child that has passed away. And if the parents wanted to recognize that child, then they would be allowed to do so. And there'd be a number of different ways that they could recognize that child, whether it was through a placement of a rock, perhaps, or a tree, or a bench, or a plant, or there's going to be a number of different items that they can choose from. And Your Worship, I really like the idea because I think it's important, to have something like this in our community, and not just to recognize Alex and Julianne, but to recognize really any child that's passed away. So I like the fact that it's, our thoughts have now changed in the sense that it really needs to be inclusive of everyone in the city. We talked to the SCVFA. I know yourself, you were on the call, Councillor Strange, a number of staff members as well. The SCVFA are wonderful partners to the city in the sense that they look after a 110-acre park inside the city. They were very excited, Your Worship, to receive something like this. They're very much in favor of it. Through the Park and the City Committee, within the past couple of years, we've talked about putting plants in at Fireman's Park that would attract bees and butterflies. And that was really where the theme of this was going, was, you know, a butterfly trail. And I know Councillor Strange does a really good job at explaining, you know, why butterflies. I mean, Julianne loved butterflies as well, but there's a bigger reason to it. So that's our thought right now, Your Worship. And I guess, you know, what we would be looking for tonight is we'd be looking for a motion just to simply pass it back to staff so that staff can come back to council with something. It's not something that I believe, you know, the city would be spending a lot of money on, but I envision a beautiful space that, you know, that people will be congregating to remember a loved one and a child really that's passed away. So I know Councillor Strange has some comments that he wants to make, Your Worship. I'll pass it over to him, and I'm sure you do as well, Your Worship.
That's great. And then I see Councillor Campbell as well has his hand up. Councillor Strange.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Pietrangelo. And I brought up the motion a few months ago about doing something special for Alex and for Julianne, because, man, they're just two special people, special souls, and we don't want to ever forget them. You know, one with Alex, and his one of his inspirations was Alex Ovechkin, and Ovechkin was one of his inspirations. So it was, you know, winning the Stanley Cup first ever and being MVP, scored a hat trick for him, flew him down with his parents to the Stanley Cup, and I think he was one of the reasons that he won the Stanley Cup, because of that. He really got inspired by him. And then you have Julianne, who was just an icon in the sport of cross country, as well as doing great things for charities, and, you know, riding her bike, you know, from Toronto to Niagara Falls, as well as being a Heaters hero, and, you know, being setting records for being the Ontario champion, and just a special person. And we've always been on the other side of her texts a lot of times. And it's just this, you know, I still have them on my phone. It's unbelievable. And she always had a smile, even right till the very end. You know, her special, she loved butterflies. And, you know, the night of her funeral, actually, in the Milky Way, which was unreal, there was this butterfly formed on the night of her Milky Way, which they caught on camera, which is, you know, never been seen. And she had just a special effect on everyone that she knew. And we really want to do something special. And I know we started off with different things like statues, but we wanted to make it, and including yourself, Jim, and everyone that was involved, we want to do something special and not make it totally about them, but, you know, bringing other children who have been taken from us, you know, far too fast. And we want to remember all of them and be inclusive to everyone. So we thought, you know, a perfect spot. And also, you know, she loved going to Dufferin Islands, and she loved painting rocks. She'd pick up rocks, paint them, hand them over. She'd paint shells and do great stuff like that. So we thought about doing something at her favorite park, which she run like 5 Ontario championships, which is a Fireman's Park. And we met with the volunteers there, and we thought of doing something that could be inclusive for everyone. So we thought of a trail where, you know, someone might be, you could dedicate a rock and write on it and make some inscriptions or whatever it may be, a park bench. And it's the perfect spot. I think it would be great for our community. And I think it'll be one of those things that will branch out to every community in Canada, because you're going to see, once this gets out, it's going to be such a special thing. And I thought, you know, a great time to maybe do this is when we come out of lockdown, and it's a transformation or a new beginning for us and for our city, and to have something implemented for the legacy of Alex and to Julianne, for that park would just be unbelievable. And that symbolism of the transformation from, you know, a caterpillar to a butterfly and flying off, I think is just an amazing idea. And I know we spent a little bit of time going back and forth, but I think it's just great. And I think this is going to be something that will branch off into other cities. I don't know any other municipalities that have done something like this. So I think we're just, if you want to make the motion, Councillor Pietrangelo, or Mr. Mayor, if you'd like to just make a few comments, but I know you had such a special connection with both of them as well.
Sure. Maybe just before I do, I didn't know if Councillor Campbell, did you have something to add to this too, Councillor Campbell? I saw you had your hand up.
Yes, I appreciate what's going on. I think that any family that has lost a child would love to have the opportunity to participate. I really believe it's a great idea.
Yeah, you're right.
100%. And, you know, I can only imagine you going there, and it's not like going into a cemetery where you can go on a park bench and you see all these flowers and plants that, you know, there's butterflies flying all over the place, and you feel like they're there with you.
I can even see it being a meeting place, Wayne, you know, for families that they're going to stumble upon other families that are in the same situation that they've been. And, you know, it's going to create conversations, and it's going to bring them closer, and it's going to let them meet each other. And I really envision a very nice space. And like I said, yes.
When Katie passed, we planted a tree at the new hospital. And it would be nice if it was in a public space like Fireman's Park, where it could be part of everyone's experience. Yeah, I'm sure that majority of the population would love to participate.
Yeah, and that's why I wanted to mention the SCVFA. I mean, they absolutely fell in love with this idea. They're thrilled, you know, that we actually brought it up to them, because they would love to be the host of something like this. So I think it's going to be really nice.
So just maybe before we take your motion, and I'll just add into it and just say, you know, what a great thing that, look, there's Wayne, he's on taking a phone call, eh? We couldn't get him to mute his mic out, you know. What's that? Oh, thank you. We did it from our end here. Thank you, Sean. The idea was amazing, and what a great thing, and what a nice thing to do. And the thing that's the best part, I think I think the whole thing behind, like, for example, if I'm talking Julianne for a second, because both kids were amazing in their own ways, she always wanted to do things for other people, like the bracelets or whatever it was. And that's what this is all about, doing things for other people.
She always paid it forward. She always did.
She always did. And I laugh, and like Counselor Strange, you know, I've got my messages. And she's like a butterfly, so random. She would just like, hey, out of the blue, I just get a hey, and then a whole conversation. And then she disappeared just the way she came, without any notice, and just gone, fluttering away. And but always big smile. And whenever I'd see her at St. Mike's when she was with Councilor Pietrangelo, and you guys were running together and doing all your things, you guys all had special places for them. But and they're gone physically. But I think what a way to represent them and their spirit, and the legacy is something that keeps on giving. And these butterfly bushes and these types of milkweed things that are going to attract so many more. Right, because I have a couple in my yard, and it's amazing to see the butterflies as they go over your house, because I have the front yard, backyard, as they go back and forth. It's amazing to see. It's just so beautiful and peaceful. And so I just think that what you guys did, the way your idea evolved, in the same way that a caterpillar evolves to a butterfly, I think it's turned into something even better than what it started out as. So 100% support you guys. And it was so nice to see that the SCVFA were all over it. They loved it. They were embracing it, and wanted to be a part of it. It was obvious they wanted to host it. So, and I think it doesn't matter what your age is. It doesn't matter your ability. Anybody can go and participate in something like this. So yeah, if you guys want to bring forward a motion.
Well, the motion would be, Your Worship, just simply that we pass it back to staff to come back with a report on some criteria for it. And that's going to, you know, that's going to go to staff, and staff are going to come back and say, you know, we recommend that these items, you know, be placed on the trail, and, you know, this is who's in charge of it, and just things like that. So I think we need some criteria before we move forward, and then council can make the decision.
So motion by Councilor Pietrangelo, second by Councilor Strange. And for those of rest of council, you should know we did include staff in our discussions, so they were privy to all the discussions. So they already understand, and they're really, really excited about it too. So is there any questions or comments to the motion? Okay, seeing none, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. That's great. Excellent. Councilor Pietrangelo, was there anything else?
That's it, Your Worship. That's it for me.
Wow. Counselor Campbell, I've got, and then Counselor Thompson, if he's done his phone call, he could be next after Counselor Campbell.
Is he going to talk about his phone call?
Maybe, I hope so. We should ask him.
I just wanted to mention that I'm so happy to see tomorrow happening that I can now reflect upon Donald as having been a duck.
Okay, there you go.
And I'm looking forward to when Corona will be remembered as a beer.
He's going to be here all night, folks. Be sure to tip your wait staff on the way out. Did you want one more, or is that you leave it at 2?
No, that's it.
Oh, okay, all right. Thank you.
I'm signing off.
Okay, so Counselor Thompson, you're going to have to unmute your phone. You were muted when you had your phone call, so you got to touch the screen. No, you got to move the little mouse pad. Move the mouse pad, and then it'll show a little mic on the screen, and you got to click it. Okay, Sean's going to come right now and unmute you. He's on his way. Hold on, we can't hear you. He's on his way. He'll be there in 10 seconds. I don't know what that means. You're going to do a karate chop? Does anybody play charades? No, you're out. You're safe. You're out of here. Sounds like. Watch what he's doing. Show him, Sean. Show him. Did you see what he did?
Anyway, I can move for adjournment.
Oh,
I'll second that.
motion by Counselor Thompson, second by Counselor Dabrowski. All those in favor? All right, folks. Happy Valentine's. See you in February.